Hi, everybody. Well, Kevin Mitchell is going to start at first base for the Mets tonight, his 5th position as a starter this season. And he becomes the first player in the major leagues during 1986 to start at 5 different positions during the year. I tried to talk to Kevin about it before the ball game, but I had a hard time getting through the crush of reporters.
We're here with Kevin Mitchell. Kevin Mitchell, playing first base tonight. How do you feel? How do you feel about playing first base?
Oh, I'm a little nervous right now, but I just want to get out there and do the job for Davey Johnson, help the team to another victory.
Well, you've been Mr. Versatile for the ball club. You've been playing 6 positions. How do you feel about playing all these different positions? When are you going to catch?
Well, I feel good playing all the positions, and well, I just want, like I said, I want to get out there and work hard and do my job.
Well, you've been doing an outstanding job for the Mets and continue success. Hopefully you have a great season.
All right, Joe.
Hey, be careful with that turbulence upside your head.
Continue.
Kevin Mitchell with a little help, which he did not need from his friends. Kevin continues to do the job, hitting .319 for the Mets, although he has received some criticism for his play at shortstop. Davey Johnson has defended him, and tonight he's in there at first base for Keith Hernandez. And we'll be back with the start of the ball.
Ron Darling. Ron, 25 years of age, with a record of 6-2, an earned run average of 3.88. And a slider it was, bounced down to the first baseman, Von Hayes, and it is thrown away. Carter comes into second base on the play, and Tuffle scores, and the Mets lead by a score of 2-0. And we'll see how they score that. It could be an error on Von Hayes or an error on the shortstop.
On Jeltz. But Jeltz should have handled the ball. We'll see how.
2-0 the count. Curveball up the middle. Carter coming in to score, and the throw goes to third. It gets away, and the Mets lead by a score of 3-0. And on the play, Knight goes down to second base.
Well, a 2-0 slider, and watch how Ray Knight just stays with it. Doesn't try to pull it. Gets it up the middle. Carter scores, and now the throw gets away from Rick's shoe. Looks like it hit the leg of Darryl.
There goes Mookie, and he steals third base. So Mookie taking off and stealing third as Carlton paid no attention to him.
How many times do you see a man steal third base without a throw? Well, you just saw it.
Position with one man out, and Carter hits it high in the air to left field. It's way back on the warning track is Stone, and he makes a catch, but Mookie scores from third, and the Mets lead by a score of 4-0.
That's the 6th RBI and Gary Carter's last 7 at-bats. And he just misses a home run here. Got just on the trademark a little bit. A little wind up there that kept it in the ballpark.
Pontiac.
1983 led the league in.
Still throwing the ball well. Number 8 by Ray Knight on the year, and only a second home run since April 25th. Home run number 50.
Santana.
It looked like a hanging slider, and it was. It just laid there, and I mean Ray Knight hit this one as hard as he's hit a ball since he's joined the Mets. He crushed that ball.
So Ray Knight continuing his strong hitting. He has hit in 8 straight ball games.
Start of play. Strike 3 call. Darling picks up his 4th strikeout, but the Phillies get 2 runs on Von Hayes' 2-run homer. They leave 2 aboard, and in the middle of the 5th, the Mets lead at 5-3. Now by Ray Knight to get Darling and the Mets out of the inning.
It's a picture-perfect thing. Brought him right to the bag, tagged it. Had a little more time than he thought, actually. He could have planted and thrown here. But Jeltz gets a very bad jump out. Checked the ball out too much. Ray makes a good throw. And the Mets get out of a big jam.
So in the middle of the 6th inning, it's still 5-3 New York, and Ray Knight has figured prominently so far. Game as searched diligently by Artie Friedman through 7 innings. Doug Harvey has dusted off home plate 17 times.
All right.
Doug doing those waste activities. Incredibly stupid stat of tonight's game. What could be more stupid than how many times Harvey has dusted the plate? Tonight's pitchers have gone to the rosin bag 13 times through 8 innings. Artie, I got to give you credit. That is, in fact, more stupid than looks strong. But they play pretty decent baseball.
Breaking ball, grounded to third. Knight to first. The ball game's over. The second 5-3 double play that Ray Knight has pulled off in the last 4 innings. The Mets win it 5-3. 5-12-1 for New York. 3-8-1 for the Phillies. Winning pitcher Ron Darling, his 7th win of the year. And Jesse Orosco picks up his 11th save. So 7-11 for the Mets tonight.
Here's the final out. Orosco with a breaking ball bearing in. Aguayo hits it right down the line. Knight playing on the line. Steps on the bag and fires the ball to Hernandez at first for an easy, and as you said, Tim, the second 5-3 double play. Davey Johnson loves it. The Mets have now won 8 of their last 11 games, and they are 39-16 as Orosco watches the play that gives him save number 11 on the year.
Well, he had some company looking at that double play. John Felsky, one of them. Luis Aguayo, game-ending double play. Orosco the save, Darling the win. The losing pitcher, Steve Carlton, his record now 4-7. Steve and I will be back with a wrap-up right after this word from Federal Express.
In a row over the Phillies tonight at Shea. Ron Darling picked up his 7th win of the season. Jesse Orosco got his 11th save as the Mets topped the Phils 5-3. Such an exciting evening at the game tonight. Out in the bullpen, Bob Ojeda using the binoculars to check out something other than the game, and here's a fan dozing off. All right, Mets explode for 3 runs in the 1st inning off Steve Carlton. Red hot Ray Knight bounces one back up the middle for a base hit. Gary Carter scores. Strawberry slides safely into 3rd. It's 3-0 Mets. 3rd inning now. Knight again rips his 8th home run of the year. A solo shot to left. That makes it 5-1 Mets. Now, Ron Darling was in and out of trouble all night. Here in the 6th, though, Darling gets out of a jam as Steve Jeltz hits a bouncer to 3rd. Ray Knight picks it up, steps on 3rd for the force out. That's 1, fires to 1st, double play. Mets going to win it 5-3. Ron Darling the winner. Other scores tonight. Montreal leading St. Louis right now 4-3 in the 10th. If the Expos win, they'll remain 18.
That leads the National League. Only 21 walks, 71 strikeouts, and 67 hits. 5 fastballs, all fastballs to Barry Bonds.
Fastball on the outside part of the plate. And get about guys with high fastballs, you just get the ladder, and you need one for that pitch. High heater.
Fielder.
That belies good athletic ability. It really does.
And a square around. The ball gets away from Carter, and Carter hurt as he tries to go after it. 1 run scores, and the other 2 runners move up, and Carter hurt as he turned to go after that. Went down to the ground, and it might be his knee.
Definitely is his knee. I think it's his right knee. And the Mets could not only ill afford.
Carter had knee surgery this past winter.
And now that turn right there. Now Russell going down actually pushes him into Gary Carter. Now watch, when Russell goes down, he ends up just like a side block from a pulling guard on an end.
It's clipping right there.
He appears to be all right, but the Mets fortunate that only 1 run scored.
Here's the leaderboard.
UB Brooks having a fine year. Johnny Ray, of course.
120.
Reynolds goes down on strikes. That's strikeout number 4 for Gooden.
Well, Gooden working about as hard as he can work. Comes back with a fastball right down the middle, and Reynolds with his bat on his shoulder is called out. I'm sitting right next to him.
Curveball gets Pena. Tony thought it was high, but he is out of there.
Well, the right comes back with this curveball. Has a lot of break on it. Pena doesn't like the call by home plate umpire Cowboy Joe West.
Breaking ball, see you later. So after Bream's home run, Gooden comes back and strikes out the side. But after 2.5, the Pirates lead 3-1. We'll go to the middle of the third after this word from our in front of the Phillies, who are in third place. Ball well hit to right center. This ball might be out of here, and it is home run, Mookie Wilson. Again, Russell fell behind.
Well, Mookie Wilson jumps all over this fastball, sinking right into the heart of the plate. Mookie with the home run picks up his third home run of the year. All three of his home runs have been hit left-handed.
Fastball a strike. And a bunt and a beauty. And Ray just picks it up. Johnny Ray playing Wally Backman deep, and you got to ask, why is that deep, Ralph?
Well, his answer might be, I didn't think he was going to bunt, but that wouldn't be a good one. And it's a perfect bunt. You have to get that bunt by the pitcher and away from the first baseman, make the second baseman field it, and that's exactly what it is.
Gets by Pena. Backman's going to score. Strawberry to second, and now he's going to third. The throw's going to get him out at third base is Darryl Strawberry. So the game is tied, but Strawberry.
The curveball, and Gooden has struck out 4 in a row.
Well, this is a 3-pitch strikeout, and it is a curveball that Belliard swings at.
Gooden has now struck out 5 of the last 6 batters he has faced, and a total of 8 through the first 4 innings of work. In the middle of the fourth, it's still 3-3, the Mets and the Pirates, and we're back after this. See you later. Bream doesn't like it, but it's strikeout number 9 for the doctor. Gooden has retired 9 in a row, and Bream and home plate umpire Joe West still having words. But the argument, Pittsburgh and New York. Now here's a word from Nissan. From Nissan.
This ball hit to deep right center field. It's way back. Going back is Bonds, and it is gone. Goodbye. A 2-run home run by Keith Hernandez, and the Mets lead 5-3.
Second home run in the game for the Mets. They want Keith to come out and take a curtain call, which he will do. For Hernandez, his 4th home run of the year. He now has 27 RBIs. Bonds gives it an excellent effort here. He's too late, however, to have any chance to get the ball.
Now Darryl Strawberry.
He can't outrun this ball, and when he makes this last-minute adjustment, he has no chance.
And now Strawberry.
Ton of pitches again tonight.
He goes to the curve, and it's strike 3. Strikeout number 11. A 1-2-3 inning. And the score at the end of 5.5 innings, the New York Mets 5, the Pittsburgh Pirates 3. Now here's a word from the good old guy.
Philadelphia, the two teams trailing the Mets.
Breaking ball grounded toward third. Tough play, Knight, and they're not going to get him. Ray Knight did everything he could, but Belliard has an infield hit. The third fastball got him. Strikeout number 12 for Dwight Gooden. One away.
Gooden coming inside to the left-handed hitter with a fast. Make errors. He's just solid in every department.
The record for that, Manny Trio back in '82 went 89 games without a hit. 1-2 to Ray. It's more fidgety on the mound tonight, does he not?
He does.
Got him with the breaking ball. Johnny Ray goes down on strikes. That is strikeout number 13 for Dwight Gooden. No runs, a hit, and 2 left for the Bucks in the 8th. And after 6.5, 5-3 New York. And we'll be back after this word from Bartles. As we said earlier, one of the toughest pitchers in the National League against a left-handed hitter.
Popped up into short left field. Mazzilli's going to tag. Here comes Foster to make the catch. Here comes the throw. It's way off line, and the game is tied. I should say Wilson in left field and not Foster. Mookie did a good job of getting behind.
Watch the throw. Watch what Carter has to do. The throw way off line. I'll tell you, in a situation like that, if Wilson throws the ball to Knight, you use the cutoff man, and you
2 out. And strike 3 called on R.J. Reynolds, who has struck out 3 times tonight. The inning is finally over. But Orozco walks 4 and gives up 2 runs, and the game is tied 5-5 as we go to the bottom of the 9th after this for Delta Airlines. Points since May 17th. And he bloops one into center field. It's going to fall for a base hit. The winning run on base for New York with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning.
It's this right off the end of the bat. And Johnny Ray slipped going after it, but even had he not
recognized him. But Wynn was up earlier. Tapped right out in front of the mound. Pena thought about going to second, but with Mookie's speed, he chose to go to first.
Nobody was covering second. Nobody was covering. Rafael Belliard playing him to pull, and Pena, watch him look to second. Nobody's covering. Where in the world is Johnny Ray?
Decoy. Tuffle, as you see, has sat back down.
I think it was a decoy. I think that's exactly right. He brought out Tuffle.
5-5 tie, 2 out, bottom of the 9th with runners at first and second. Ripped into right field, and here comes Mookie. Brown up with the ball, and the Mets win it 6-5. Darryl Strawberry's league-leading 9th game-winning RBI.
Well, it's a game-winning RBI, sure, but the confidence that it gives Darryl Strawberry to have that game-winning RBI against a left-handed pitcher. He has struggled all year against left-handers, and Davey Johnson showing the confidence in him. Who wouldn't show the confidence in him? I mean, he had a nasty pitch right there. Breaking ball about shoelace high. Check it out. Well, that is a nasty pitch. And he rifles it into right field, and Wilson scores easily.
The Mets are now 13-5 in 1-run games, and they have won their 40th game of the year on this swing of the bat by Darryl Strawberry. Bill Robinson picking him up in celebration. And the Mets battled back after trailing early. The Pirates battled back to tie it against Jesse Orozco in the 9th. And New York wins it in the bottom of the 9th with a 2-out base hit by Strawberry against a left-hander. It's 6-5 New York. Orozco is the winner, He is now 3-2 on the year, and that young man, Pat Clements, suffers the loss. He is 0-2 on the year. Tim and I'll be right back to wrap it up. Ralph standing by with Kiner's Corner for you. 6-5 New York in the first of a 4-game set here at Shea. And we'll return after this for Michelob Light.
Wally Backman taps one right in front of home plate. Now watch Pena come out. There's one away. Now he wants to go to second. That's the proper play. But the fact was that Johnny Ray nor Rafael Belliard were covering second base. That forced the walk to Hernandez, and that led to the game-winning RBI by Darryl Strawberry.
RBI. And there's a great curveball. And Bonds buckled on that one. No chance at all.
Well, you mentioned how tough Hernandez is to hit for everybody, not only left-handers. And here's an example of what happens to a left-hander when he throws. Oh, that's a nasty curveball. That's a nasty curveball to a right-hander.
Struck out the side. So after 2.5 innings, it's the Pirates 1, the New York Mets nothing.
Now it's up to the shortstop, but he waits just at the right time, but it's a low throw in third, and the throw home is late. Dykstra beats it. Backman to second. And the Mets did steal the run. And there's that look again I was talking about. When he shows that upper layer of teeth, that means he's going for it.
And there's a ground ball, base hit. Mets will pick up their 5th run as Backman comes in to score. And Shea Stadium is jumping.
RBI number 28 for Keith Hernandez. And what, I'll tell you, let me count the ways that the Mets have done good things in this inning. Mike Brown, no chance at Backman at home. You think of the good jump Ray Knight had on the wild pitch, and Pena throws it in the center.
5th trailing 1-0. They lead the 5th inning, leading 5-1.
Interday doubleheader.
Got him on strikes. Strikeout number 6 for Fernandez as he keeps mowing them down. After 7.5, it's 5-1 New York, and we'll be right back.
Home. And he goes into this inning with a lead of 5-1.
He had a couple of complete games last year. One in fairness to Bonds, that ball did look outside. We'll see.
It's recorded as a 7th strikeout by Sid Fernandez. Pretty close.
It was close.
Tailing the way over the outside. Bonds has shown a tendency to really give it.
Strikeout number 8 for Sid Fernandez.
Well, Sid with a good fastball here. And Belliard, who has one of the hits in this ballgame, the Pirates only have 3, is struck out for the 2nd time, and that brings it down.
He's thrown over 90 this year, but he's so deceptive with that kick there. Brown pops it up in the infield, and Wally Backman makes the catch in this game's history. Sid Fernandez allowed only 2 hits after the first inning in pitching his first complete game at home. The Mets win it 5-1. The totals on the game 5-7-0 for the Mets, 1-3-2 for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Ralph and I will be back with a wrap-up. Fran Healy for the post-game show right after this.
Stadium in New York, WOR-TV presents New York Mets baseball. As this afternoon, it's a doubleheader with the Mets taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Named by the Mets left-hander Bob Ojeda, who is 7-2 with an ERA of 2.53.
And on Belliard, no one out. Top of the 3rd, and another ground ball hit down the night. A great diving stop. Can he get his man at second? He does. Ray Knight throwing from the ground on his knees makes the play.
Well, he's been doing an outstanding job all year long. He just dives, catches his ball, makes a nice quick release, and gets a fast runner going to second base. That's not a time play. That's just a full extension almost.
So they pick up the force play on the lead runner. And the runner's going with a pitch. It's popped up out into shallow right field. Hernandez back, and he makes the catch, and they could have all they want. But they get the double play, and that ends the inning.
Keith Hernandez, his gold gloves are well earned. This is another reason showing it. Catches that ball. He's got all day to throw now. Because Rafael Belliard was almost at home plate by the time Keith Hernandez turned around.
So a double play. No runs on 2 hits and 1 left in the score.
He has been touched for 5 base hits, none of which have been smoked. And a breaking ball down the line. Another good play by Ray Knight, and a 1-hop throw to first to get Diaz. Man, is Ray Knight sparkling at third base.
Well, he turns a base hit into an out here with a fine play, and I believe he throws the ball on the first hop on purpose. A trick that Concepcion came up with on the artificial turf, but this is the first time you might have seen it on grass. In the foul territory, that long throw and a perfect hop to Keith Hernandez. So Ray Knight planes.
So now we're ready to go again.
Base hit, and it could be extra bases down the right field line. Backman hitting for third as Brown comes up with the ball. Here comes the relay. Safe. Hernandez doubles in the first run of the game, and New York leads 1-0.
Well, this time Bud Harrelson gets his base runner home. The ball hit down that right field line. Mike Brown making the move over there to cut it off before it reaches the wall. Backman being waved in. The throw by the relay man, Khalifa, I should say by Belliard, is not in time, and the Mets score and lead 1-0. Perfect throw by Belliard, but just late. And trailing the play as the play came home, Keith Hernandez going to third.
Well hit left field. It's going to be extra bases, and it hits the top of the wall. Dykstra scores. Here comes Backman. Strong throw home. He's going to be out. So Wally Backman is thrown out by Sammy Khalifa, but credit Kevin Mitchell with an RBI. And the Mets lead it 4-0. Dykstra scoring and Backman thrown out on the play. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 left. So after 7, it's the Mets 4 and the Pirates nothing, and we'll be back after this word from Bud Light. Curveball lifted to right field. Kevin Mitchell squeezes it, and the Mets have just won their 42nd ball game of the year against 16 losses. Bobby Ojeda, the winner, his record now 8-2. Bob walked the loser, his record now 2-3. Ojeda did miss his chance for his 2nd consecutive shutout against the Pirates, as they did play the run in the 9th inning. The line score on the game, 4-7-1 for New York, 1-9-1 for Pittsburgh. Steve and I will be back with a wrap-up. Kiner's Corner to follow right after this word from MasterCard.
And it's always a moment of anticipation as we wait and see what the players' banner has to say.
See if they can get this straight, huh?
Looks like they're in line. Fans like it ought to be. Not exactly grammatically correct, but a nice point. And boy, that's really the truth, as the Mets are just about ready to draw, probably in their next home game on Thursday. They will pass the 1 million mark for 1986.
Yes, they will, Steve, and I don't think anybody in that group is going to make the Rockettes on their
I'm the manager.
That's right.
That makes a lot of sense. Well hit left field. This ball is out of here.
So Mookie Wilson with 3 home runs left-handed, and now is first from the right-hand side. And the Mets get the lead 2-0. And there was no doubt about it. That is the 12th home run given up by Kipper this year. And Mookie coming up with his first home run.
Certainly up in the booth, you can hardly hear anything.
And Carter hits it hard, and it is way back. It's gone. Goodbye.
Carter has now struggled through most of the first 2 months of the season. Has certainly got his stroke going here. Fastball right in the hitting zone. Stayed back and just pivoted on that ball about as good as you can.
Well, Carter takes his bows. That is the 10th home run for Carter. He has taken over the club lead. His 23rd career home run against the Pirates. And that is the 13th home run. Mike Diaz played first base in the first game. Slider ripped to left field. Santana scores, and the Mets lead 4-2 as Tuffle gets his first hit of the game and a run batted in. Pirates have lost the first 3 games of this 4-game series to the Mets, and a slider hit deep to left. It's way back. It is going, gone, goodbye. And Ed Hearn with his first Major League home run, and the Mets lead it 7-3.
There's one happy young man right there. Ed Hearn. Only getting the opportunity to spell Gary Carter from time to time. It's a chance to produce and help his ball club. Monte gets a fastball up, and Hearn just gets all of it.
So Ed Hearn with his first Major League home run, his first Major League RBIs, and
as winner in the Banner Day competition held between games of the doubleheader today. Amazing Stories. And back in 1962, they were called the Amazing Mets. They have been amazing. The New York Mets have won their 6th game in a row. They are 43-16 on the year, 10.5 games in front of the Montreal Expos, as McDowell picks up his 5th save in relief of Rick Aguilera, who gets his first win. He is 1-3. Bob Kipper starts and loses it for Pittsburgh. He is 2-6. And the Mets have now won 12 of their last 15 games, in addition to 6 in a row. Tim and I'll be right back to wrap it up as the Mets sweep it.
And a bunt attempt, and Villardello feels the ball. Safe at first. The ball may have hit Darling. Engel calls him safe immediately. Wallach's going to argue, but Ron Darling, on what will probably be scored an error, drives in the first run of the ball game. 1-0 New York.
And the argument starts as Buck Rogers, I should say, comes out to argue with home plate umpire Bob Engel. And evidently he's convinced that everything was in order. Now, Darling has to run in this lane. Once you get down there 45 feet, you can't be in the infield when there's a play being made. And the throw to first base, Darling appeared to be right on the line. And an error is going to be charged to the first baseman.
The ball did not appear to hit. He struck out 6. Fastball right down Broadway. Strikeout number 7 for Ron Darling. 2 out.
Well, this is a fastball tailing back over the plate. And home plate umpire Bob Engel said it was high enough to be a strike.
The Expos strand 2, and after 7, 1-0 Mets. Boy, it's squeaky. Well, Roger McDowell in the ball game. Ron Darling a strong 7, and Roger McDowell hopes to pick up a save. Ground ball towards short. Santana will have to hurry, and Backman turns it. What a turn by Wally Backman. A 6-4-3 double play, and they just got Galarraga at first. The Expos tied. They strand a runner, and it's a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 9th. Does not appear that the rotation plays on. Here comes Hernandez. Hernandez is going to make the play, and they get Newman at third. 1 out.
And Keith Hernandez ended up in the Met dugout after he made that play. This is one of the most spectacular plays you can make as a first baseman. He fielded the ball right near the line, the third base line. Here he comes. Ball bunted out there, and Keith, in full speed, makes the throw. And Ray Knight takes the short hop, and the momentum of Keith Hernandez took him all the way to the Met dugout. Here it is on the replay. And Keith with that left-handed throw in the dirt, but a good play by Ray Knight as he comes up with it. And the forced play at third for what could be a very big out.
So what you have right, Darling, 1 by McDowell and 1 by Sisk. Swing and a miss, he got him. We got overtime. And I'll tell you, all it needs to do for Bill Webb, our director, is to rain one more time, and we will have the scene set for another July 5, 1985. Fran joins Ralph in the 10th right after this word. We'll be back.
Back to Wally, hit up the middle, a base hit, a hard ground ball through the middle into center field. Fielded there by Winningham, and Wally Backman is on. Wally, he steps out of the batter's box and then gets back in. Worden with the signs. The runner goes. Slow start by Backman, but the ball is dropped by Fitzgerald. And Backman will get a stolen base.
And Jeff Reardon, when
fastball, a check swing, and it is not a swing, according to third base umpire Steve Ripley.
No, he didn't swing. That ball was with his mouth.
It is cold here tonight. There goes Backman, and the ball lined in the center field, a base hit. Backman scores easily. It gets by Winningham. Hernandez going to third on the air, and the Mets take the lead 2-1 as Strawberry comes through with a base hit to center field. Well, Power ahead. It'll be the middle of the batting order, the strong part of the batting order for Montreal when they come up in the bottom half of the 10th, with Tim Raines leading off. The 2-strike pitch bounced up the middle, a base hit. And 1 run will score, will 2. Now the throw to the plate, and it's in time, and the ball is dropped. The ball is dropped, and the Mets get 2. So Darryl Strawberry coming in from second base, and he was out at the plate as you look at it on the video. As we understand, it's back in play.
And Lenny Dykstra, a hard-nosed ball player, putting the ball in play right up the middle. And Darryl Strawberry's just so big and strong, he'll jar the ball loose. You get a smaller guy, and you'll be able to hang on to that ball. But right there, Strawberry with that 6'6" frame he is, hammering into the glove, knocked the ball loose. And here's Winningham making a fine throw. Hernandez scores easily. Boy, you got to tip your hat to this kid Dykstra. Nice play by Fitzgerald. He wasn't able to hold the ball, and Strawberry knocked it loose. But Lenny Dykstra, big hit, big 2 RBIs. As Ralph mentioned before, a swing of 2 games. And I believe they charged an error in that play to Fitzgerald, who really did not have with a runner at third. Pitch back, and it's grounded to the shortstop, and that'll do it. Rafael Santana throws off to Backman, and the force play ends the game, and the Mets win it by a score of 4-1. And we will apologize one more time for the loss of video, and we hope that it was not too much of an inconvenience. But the result of the ball game seen right here is the Mets win it by a score of 4-1. We'll be back with a recap in just a moment, right after this message.
actually picked up a game on the Mets. The Mets now 9.5 in front after losing to the Expos 4-2. Expos did it defensively. George Foster with this long drive, and one-time Met Herm Winningham with a beautiful running catch. Now, how about this play? Tim Tuffle with a liner to the corner. Tim Raines able to pick it off. The wildness of Bruce Bereni killed the Mets. 3 straight walks. This with the bases loaded to Mike Fitzgerald, forced in what proved to be the winning run. Joe Hesketh pitched into the ninth for Montreal. Strong game, struck out a career high of 11. The Met win streak stopped at 7. New Cub manager Gene Michael.
Texas 5-1.
Well, it's nice to know that it's nice to know there's more than one way to do something, and I would hope that it would encourage some other people who aren't overpowering and aren't spectacular to continue to stay at it.
What Don Sutton is talking about is the fact that he's not a fireballer. But the hallmark of Sutton's career has been his consistency. Although he won 20 or more just once in that career, Sutton won 15 or more 11 times in his career. Last night, Don Sutton won number 300 with a 3-hit complete game to bring his Angels within a half game now of the first-place Texas Rangers as the Angels swept the Rangers in that series. Even after dropping their second in 3 tries to the Expos, the Mets still lead the National League East by 9.5 games. But if you're a Montreal fan, beating Dwight Gooden has got to pump your spirits up a bit. The final, the Expos 7 and the Mets 4. Now, the Expos' Tim Wallach had a pair of home runs in this ball game. This 3-run shot in the 7th, his second. That is the first time in Dr. K's career that one player has hit 2 homers off him in one ball game. The final, once again, the Expos 7-4 over the Mets. And again, to complete that
to get to Carter, and they regret it. Gary Carter with a 3-run home run to put it away. 14th on the season for Gary. Solid game for Sid Fernandez over 7. Look at that curveball. Fernandez now 8 up and 2 down, and he got some help. This is Sandberg with a drive. Watch Mookie Wilson with a shoestring catch. So the Mets remain 10 in front of the Expos, who beat Pittsburgh by the score of 7-2.
45,000 at Shea, which means they went over the million mark tonight, folks. They beat the Cubs 10-3. Fernandez went 7, allowed only 3 hits, and he's now 8-2. Let's go to the videotape. Good defensive game from Mookie Wilson. Top of the first, Sandberg, fly ball, short center field. Mookie coming on and makes the grab. Look at that snow. Top of the 4th, 2-0 Cubs, and Mumphrey, base hit. Here comes Davis. Mookie's throw to the plate, and Davis is out at the plate as Carter holds on to the ball. Bottom of the 6th, 2-2. Keith Hernandez facing Sanderson, and boom, there it goes. Home run. Keith makes it 3-2 Mets. Now watch this. 5-2 Mets, bottom of the 7th. Hearn bunts. Fontenot picks it up. Look at this throw. Beautiful. By Sandberg. Oh, no. Mitchell scores 5-2. Then after walking Strawberry to get to Carter, Carter says, okay, boom, 3-run homer, 9-2. Hearn homer to make it 10-2, and the Mets won it 10-3.
Fastball hitter, and he's got a fastball pitcher out there, and I'm sure Davey Johnson, the manager, wanted him in there for that reason. There's a ball hit out to deep center field. Winningham is going back. It's way back there, and it is gone. Goodbye. Howard Johnson, after being out of action with a broken arm, comes back and hits a home run his first time up.
Well, you call that, Ralph, that fastball. He's a good fastball hitter, and he got what he was looking for. And Howard Johnson right here, a long drive off Floyd Yeomans, and for Johnson, his second home run of the year, and a curtain call. Here's that home run reaction from Herm Winningham. As Ralph mentioned, if you're going to put Howard Johnson in there, you might as well get him a fastball pitcher. As soon as Ralph Kiner said it, Floyd Yeomans threw it, and Howard Johnson hit it, and it's 2-1.
5th home run.
2 on Howard Johnson. Hit a long drive and another home run. See what a little rest will do for you?
There's a saying in baseball, right out of bed. This thing about Howard Johnson, he's right out of the sick bed. He hit that ball a ton. There's no fastball in baseball Howard Johnson can't get around on. We talk about it often. And you
getting around on a ball. Boy, did he hit this ball a long way. Ow. Howard taking a bow, and you should. You hit a ball that far. Woo. Man, short hops the back wall, and it had a ton of hang time, too.
So obviously he didn't pull the first ball. He hit it over the right center field wall.
It's not that he does not hit the breaking ball at all, but they're going to try to not let him hit the pitch he wants to hit.
And there's a base hit. Right down the left field line. Should be a double. And Kevin Mitchell becoming a money player for the Mets. Driving in a key run, and the Mets trail by 1.
That's a very bad pitch by Andy McGaffigan. Ahead 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count. He just gets this ball up and in to Kevin Mitchell. It's an off-speed pitch, and Mitchell drives the ball down the left field line. And Strawberry comes in to give the Mets a run.
And we have a 2-1 ball game. So Darryl Strawberry scoring the first run of the game for the Mets. The Mets now have 4 hits. And right now, Knight has an 0-1 count. He hits a ground ball, base hit in the left field. This ball game should be tied. Here comes Mitchell. Here comes the throw. He's safe. It's all tied at 2. Ball gets away. And Ray Knight holds on at second base.
It's a big hit for Ray Knight. As you saw, the Montreal bullpen is being called right now. Now you see Kevin Mitchell. Another off-speed pitch that's up in the strike zone. Somehow I think Mike Fitzgerald was hoping this ball was not going to be on line, because it looked like Kevin Mitchell was going to get there before the ball.
And Mitchell, that would have been some kind of...
You know, while you're at bat, not trying to overswing or anything, he could be a good hitter.
And there's a base hit into left field. Here comes Ray Knight. We're going to have a play at the plate. Safe. Outstanding slide by Knight. And the Mets lead 3-2.
Ray Knight right there. You know they're excited. They realize that winning this game is important. It's not life or death, but it is a very important game to put the Montreal Expos Ball Club almost into double figures again. McGaffigan, Sid hits not a bad pitch. UB Brooks leaps for it, does not get it. You know it's going to be a close play at the plate. And Ray Knight dives for the inside and does beat the tag. Outstanding slide by Ray Knight. Looks like he's going to be out. Tim Raines makes a pretty good throw to the plate. 1 hopper. And he does not get to Ray Knight until his hand touches the plate, and he called it himself. I hope we get a chance to see that right here. Watch Ray Knight call this one himself here. He's going to dive inside. He does not tag until after he gets there. Dystra's called himself safe. Ray Knight's calling himself safe. And he is safe.
Kinds of excitement out here at Shea Stadium. It was an interesting angle. Ray Knight came running in on the right-hand side stadium. By the way, you got a prop. Here's a 3-2 pitch. And Dykstra hits a fly ball to deep left center field. That's extra base hits. Lenny Dykstra. Tremendous power the other way. Here's the play at the plate again. And Fernandez is safe. The Mets have scored 2 more. And an animated Lenny Dykstra.
Here's Schatzeder. It's a fastball. Lenny Dykstra goes away with the ball with it real well. Ball carries tremendously well there. I think the ball fooled right in center field. UB Brooks makes a pretty good try to get him at the plate. But Sid Fernandez's speed was a factor.
Sid Fernandez's speed.
He made a nice slide. He was trying to block the plate off. Sid was running hard all the way.
They appealed to third base, and they said Fernandez missed the base. So we will explore that some more. Lenny Dykstra not happy. Sid's confused. We'll talk more about that when we come back, as third base umpire Jerry Crawford called him out for missing the base, but after 4, it's 4-2 instead of 5-2.
Defense. The infielders and the outfielders should check this every time a club comes in, and every day.
That ball is hit pretty good by George Foster. Good enough for a home run. George Foster tattooing that pitch over 400 feet from home plate. For Foster, his 12th home run of the season, and for the Mets, their 5th run of the ball game. It's now 5-2.
You see a little smile, the Big Apple coming up. Sater, ball right up out over the plate. There's George thanking the fans. That ball was gone from the moment it left the bat. Left fielder Tim Raines just kind of took one step. Have nothing on this group. The old day game after the night game caper.
Keith Hernandez 0 for 3. Double sickness.
Great to be on the winner.
With 1 in the 4th, the Mets came up with a big 4 in their half of the 4th. Intact on
swing game for the New York Mets. And here are the 4 Stooges right here.
I think that's got to be either Tim Tuffle or Bobby Ojeda organized that zany quartet today.
All of them doing everything in unison, following each.
Yes. Okay, the Mets did not get swept away by Montreal. Beat them this afternoon 5-2, so they lead by 9 games again. How loose were the Mets? Well, their hats are in their belts. Later in the game, hats in the up position. Next inning, then they're down in their shirts. This is the Quacky Quartet, Tuffle, Hojo, Ojeda, and Darling. Oh, yes, the game. Sid Fernandez got the win, his 9th, also got the game-winning hit. Single to left field by the pitcher. Here comes Ray Knight. Here comes the throw, the slide, and Knight makes the call himself. Safe. The Mets win it 5-2. So
Mets trailed 2-0, bottom of the 5th. Finally woke up. And Kevin Mitchell went 3 for 4, doubles by Wallach. Strawberry scores to make it 2-1. Ray Knight base hit. Mitchell scores, ties the game. Here comes Kevin around third. Throw to the plate is too late. It's a 2-2 ball game. And then Sid comes up, and Sid comes through with a base hit. Over Hubie's glove, Knight scores. Come on, Ray. Throw to the plate. Look at this slide. Swan dive, safe 3-2. Dykstra, who went 2 for 4, then doubles dead center field over right set. He can't get it. Hearn, who had walked, scores to make it 4-2. Now look, here comes Sid heading for the plate. Come on, Sid, give us a slide. He's safe, but he's out because he didn't touch third. Appeal play. Last of the 6th, Foster, boom, home run, George, 5-2. The Mets win it and lead by 9.
For 71 years, the Cubs have called it home. They've also called it Weegham Park and Cubs Park, and in 1926, Wrigley Field. Hosted to the Cubs and their famed Murderers Row. People like Rogers Hornsby, Hack Wilson, Kai Kyler, Rick Stevenson, and Charlie Krim, right on through the days of Phil Cabaretta, and then to Ernie Banks, and then to Billy Williams. And now the Cubs, who are hurting badly in the National League East, play host to the New York Mets, an 8-game winner, Ron Darling, who beat them last time out. The New York Mets riding the crest of a 9.5-game lead, and the Cubs floundering on the shores of Lake Michigan. They'll go at it today on the NBC Game of the Week. On that ball. Looked like he was playing stick ball and hits it into left field. Lenny on his way for 2, and he's going to beat the throw. The kids in New York know all about stick ball, hitting a bouncing tennis ball on a hop, and you run up and bang it with a broom handle. Dykstra just ran up on that pitch.
He shortened up as if to bunt. He threw Lopes in another step and was able to bounce the ball by him. That's why you got to like that kid so much. He does so many things. You see him on the sidelines. In fact, yesterday.
Throw him out, and on the play, Dykstra takes third. No strikes. Big chopper to Durham. He's going to go to the bag. He was thinking about the plate, but Dykstra was in, and it is 1-0 New York just like that. The Mets are 12-2 in those starts. He himself, you can break that 8-2. And now 0-2 to Eckersley. Fastball got him swinging. So they leave Davis at third at the end of 2, a 1-1 tie. And we'll be right back after these messages from your local station. There's a base hit, so they're going to be on their way to a win here as Santana will score, and holding on at second is Wally Backman. And the Mets lead 2-1, and Hernandez has knocked in both.
Base on balls, big factor. Santana moves to second, and Hernandez, a good hitter, drills it. And now the big turn by Backman, and they'll throw behind him, and Martinez with a good arm. But it's not even close.
The pitch, a strike. The throw got him. 2-6 if you're scoring. Santana making the tag on Sandberg. 1 run, 1 hit. The home run by Lopes plus Sandberg's base hit, and it's 2-2.
And now Carter one-hands this ball, but gets rid of it in a hurry. Really gets into it, and even though it's to the shortstop side of the bag, it's there in plenty of time for Santana to make the tag. The main thing is to get that ball to the infielder. Give him a chance to make the tag. And that ball was there in time for Santana to do just that.
One thing, the opposition has made life a little miserable with 4 big winning starting pitchers. No other National League team has more than one with more than 8. There are 10 pitchers in the league with 8. Dodgers to the Mets for Carlos Diaz and Bob Baylor, and he is off to a great start. Meanwhile, however, on the other side, there he goes, and as a hit-and-run ground ball, Hernandez only plays to Darling, who drops it. And Lopes is on his way to third. Hernandez throw tonight. They got him.
Davey saw that ball on the ground, so he was going to take that extra base. You see Darling drop it. Here's where Davey takes off. Hernandez sees him going. He makes a fine throw across the infield in plenty of time.
The only chance Lopes had of making it is that if Darling instinctively had picked it up again. But Hernandez, he's something.
See, he is stopped completely. Now he sees it on the ground. He figures he's going to make it head down, but Hernandez makes a fine throw.
So they get Lopes. A standoff with Ron Darling. Strike 3 called. Mumphrey caught looking. Strikeout number 7 for Ron Darling. His high is 12. And the batter will be Sean Dunston.
He just came right over the top with that one. A good fastball. There, in the opening, Ben, you mentioned some of the great Cubs and mentioned Charlie Grimm. Just got a note that his widow Mary.
At second base. And Roger McDowell bats in Dykstra's spot in the leadoff spot. And Davy Lopes for losses. 5 saves. That's in the last 23 games. His record over George Foster in the 9th inning. By the way, for the folks on the West Coast, Ray Fontenot delivers, and Carter smokes it into right center for a base hit. Cut off nicely by Martinez, and Gary Holding with a long single. So Carter, who just did get off the hook. Foster on deck, 9th inning, 2-2. Full swing and a base hit by a diving Dunston. Stopping at second is Carter, and here come the Mets. 2 on with nobody out. Foster, Knight, and Santana due up. He's swinging and loops it to right field. It's going to fall. Sandberg picks it up. Carter to third and Holding, and the bases are loaded with nobody out on a little flare to right field. So the Cubs with their backs against the wall. Breaking ball hit into left field. Base hit. Carter will score. Strawberry coming to the plate, and he'll score. And it is 4-2 New York on 4 consecutive hits. Well, it's the same story that Jim Fry knew. You can make all the moves, but if you don't have the horses, you can't win the race.
There you see Carter. And here comes Strawberry around. And when the Mets take the lead, of course, happiness breaks out. High fives, low fives, medium fives, some 2.5s.
More hits against Lee Smith. Santana up there. And Mookie Wilson, remember, is batting 9th. The bunt is missed. Going to third is Foster, and he beats the throw.
Dunston got behind the base runner Foster. George may be hurt. They're going to call time now. He knew he was in no man's land, so he just took off. He's digging for all he's worth. Big base to pick up. Looks like a bad slide.
Look at the legs.
And there's Foster just dancing off, and when he misses the bunt, he was leaning towards third. Dunston's throw is there, but Foster had such a big lead.
So now the Mets have run. High chopper hit slowly up the middle to Sandberg. A quick feed, a drop by Dunston, but he picked it up just in time. I think Dunston thought Sandberg might step on the bag, and that little short toss kind of fooled him. But Foster comes in, the third run of the inning, and it is 5-2 New York.
Yeah, he's looking for Sandberg to make the tag. He kind of got screened, grabbed it barehanded, and knifed it.
Grounded to third, and a fair ball. Knight across the diamond gets Martinez at first. Good play by Ray Knight to get the swift Dave Martinez for out number 2 as the runners have to hold. Came into his kitchen and jammed him. Santana across, and the game is over. Dwight Gooden struggles here in the 9th, but picks up his 9th victory with his 7th complete game as the Mets win it 7-4. Gooden out 9-3, and the loser Rick Sutcliffe 4-10. Ralph and I'll be right back to wrap it up. Stay with us.
We're concerned. Dwight Gooden over Rick Sutcliffe. The Mets beat the Cubs again 7-4. It was a tough day for the Cubbies and for plate umpire Bruce Fremming. First inning, he took a foul tip right in the ribs. Bruce was down in the dirt for a while, but he shook it off and stayed in the game. And the Cubs shook off an early 1-0 deficit. Fourth inning, Ryne Sandberg absolutely drilled one to center field over Lenny Dykstra's head. He didn't play that very well. It went off the wall. It chased Dave Martinez home with a tying run. It was 1-1 here in the 4th. Keith Moreland was next up, and he took Dwight Gooden to the wall in right field. This one passed Darryl Strawberry and good for another double. When this inning was over, the Cubs had a 3-1 lead after 4, but I'll tell you, it sure didn't last very long because the Mets came back in the top of the 5th and tied it up on one swing of Strawberry's bat. That ball is gone. A towering home run to center field, way back in the seats. 2-run shot, and the game was tied 3-3. Then in the 6th inning, it was George Foster who made a loser out of Rick Sutcliffe. A long home run to left field, solo shot, 4-3 Mets. They win at 7-4, and the Cubs are 20.5 out. No wonder, according to George Foster.
Hanging breaking ball, and Foster gave it a big ride.
Well, we have pride in the record, but we just want to go out there and keep playing good ball, not even going out there really taking note of what the teams on the below us are doing. Just go and see how good that we can play. And
good enough to beat the Cubs 2 out of 2 this weekend. I guess the other Eastern games don't really matter much.
So for baseball if he hadn't been traded by the All-Star break. And the Mets traded pitcher Ed Lynch to the Cubs today for a couple of minor leaguers. The Mets are in St. Louis tonight. The Cardinals are now 18 games out. As for Darryl Strawberry, he sprained his ankle yesterday sliding into second base. He will not play tonight, but they say it's just a sprain, and he is listed as day-to-day. Another upset.
Let's take a look now at the Mets lineup. They start with Mookie Wilson, the switch-hitting center fielder, and then Kevin Mitchell is in the lineup tonight. Darryl Strawberry is out. Mitchell in right. Keith Hernandez comes back to St. Louis. And Gary Carter is the cleanup hitter. George Foster with 13 home runs bats 5th. Ray Knight having a great year at .307, batting 6th. The second baseman is the platooning Tim Tuffle, who faces lefties. Rafael Santana is the shortstop, and the Mets pitcher is Bob Ojeda with a mark of 8-2 and 7 of those victories as a starting pitcher.
Could have expected. Former teammate of John Tudor. He loves the National League just like Tudor. Obviously pitching.
McGee is the batter, and Ed Lynch has been traded by the Mets to the Cubs, as you can see. In a deal announced this afternoon, Dave Lenderman and Dave Liddell, 2 minor leaguers.
So does Tim Tuffle, 2 alliterative ball players, right?
That's grounded and fair, and by Pendleton, who's angry he didn't come up with it, as Tuffle pulls in at second with a double. And that's the first hit for the Mets. Terry Pendleton, who normally moves to his right very well, and in fact made a play yesterday on a similar ground ball and turned it into an out, couldn't come up with that one. A double for Tuffle, and Rafael Santana comes to the plate. 3-2 to Santana. Is hit sharply through the middle for a base hit. Now Tuffle will be waved in, and here comes McGee's throw, and it's way off the mark, and to the backstop it goes as Santana winds up at second. So precisely as you say, you have a possible play at the plate with Tuffle rounding third, and then Willie McGee throws the ball halfway to Creve Coeur.
And keep in mind that the Cardinal outfielders have 24 assists already this year. Willie McGee has 5, but this throw, he kind of pushes the ball, gets up under it, and that ball just takes off. John Tudor not backing up Mike Heath. Santana could have gone to third base.
He knows his team better than anybody. That's hit down the line and hooking and staying fair. Fielded on a hop by Coleman, but Wilson has good speed, and Mookie has a double. So 3 of the last 4 Mets with hits, as Wilson leads the third with a double to left, and Kevin Mitchell is the batter. There's Wilson, a man who's hit between 271 and 279 throughout his big league. And he goes to center field, and that one will drop in as Wilson had to hold and stops at third. So a single by Mitchell to center field, and the Mets have runners at first and third with Hernandez, Carter, and Foster still to come.
Awfully strong in the upper part of his body.
He hits that one by Tommy Herr for a base hit. Wilson scores. Mitchell stops at second, and it's 2-0 New York as Gary Carter drives in his 53rd run of the season. So Gary's on a pace on which he'd wind up with about 115 to 120 RBIs.
Look what Carter does with that lower part of his body and the shoulder in there. And had the shoulder not been in there, there's no way to hit the ball low and away the other way. You hit the weak ground.
And that's hit into center field for a base hit. Harrelson waving the runner home as McGee's throw comes into second. Mitchell scores. Carter stops at second. And the Mets now lead it by a score of 3-0.
Why is a 2-out hit different from a hit with 1 out or none out? Well, the fact is, if you've got somebody on base and you don't get the hit with 2 out, well, the inning's over. You don't want to squander those runners at second base. And Ray Knight is a devastating hitter with runners in scoring position and 2 out.
Know the count. Kevin Mitchell starting at short, right, center, third, and first, and he has also played left field, though not as a starter. In the air to deep left center field. Willie McGee goes all the way back, and it's in the basket for a home run. So for the second day in a row, a home run by an opposing player in a basket that was put in place a couple of years ago to keep the fans from reaching out and interfering with balls in play. And that's the ground rule here. Hit it in there and circle them all.
And remember Vince Coleman's line. If he were 5 feet taller, he would have caught the grand slam home run hit by Juan Samuel yesterday. And I guess Willie McGee could say the same thing. Maybe 2 feet taller.
Hernandez hit.
Both balls catchable were it not for the basket.
4-0 Mets.
Runners in scoring position.
Well, they have forced the issue, and all they need to do is cash in right now, and they can't, as Herr strikes out swinging. So they leave 2 more. The crowd comes down on their Redbirds as the Mets lead it 4-0 through 5. Television. The game looks so weird. There goes Coleman, and it's grounded to short, and Santana flips to Tuffle, who turns it over for a double play. So with Coleman going on his own, they turn 2. The Cardinals don't score again, and we'll be back after this from your local station. Club on top 4-0. Mets way out in front in the National League. Do they feel invincible?
I think more than anything, it's a feeling of confidence. You know, being invincible is a pretty big word, but I'd say that this ball club, we get down 1 or 2 or maybe 3 runs, and we feel that we can come back. We've got the kind of talent on this ball club that we feel that we can score a lot of runs. And we got a great pitching staff as well. I mean, 2 guys with 9 wins, 2 guys with 8 wins, and Roger McDowell with 7 wins. So we've just got a good bunch of guys. It's a great chemistry on the ball club, and we just feel like we can go out and win every game.
Great as he's been for that city and that ball club, can't get guys out anymore.
Base hit into left field as Mitchell's perfect night continues. That's 2 singles, a homer, and 2 walks. And eventually you're going to have to find a spot in the lineup for that man.
Hey, one of the impressive things about him, the ball gets off his bat. Now, he hit that ball down on the end of the bat. He didn't hit it on the sweet spot. I'm telling you, he crushes balls. Got that over.
And there's the updated figure for Mitchell at 368. A base hit for Keith. Mitchell stopping at second, and so Hernandez is 2 for 5. The Mets with 1 run in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth, and a total of 13 hits.
Situation, how they're used in younger players.
Base hit into left center field, and Mitchell will be waved in. He'll score to make it 5-0 as Hernandez stops at second. That's so true. If you're a veteran, you feel as if you've earned some respect if you're a Pedro Guerrero or somebody, and they're moving you around between the outfield and third base. You can begin to use it as an excuse, I suppose, or at least as a possibility. The fact when you go into a slump, you're thinking about fielding, but if you're a young guy just looking for a spot in the line, that's the last thing in the world you want to do.
That's right. On the other hand, you take a case like Lee Layton.
Ground ball, fair ball. Nicely to Perry, too late. And Perry is hurt. The ball rolls out of his glove. Hernandez scores, and runners will be at first and third as Perry gets run over, steamrolled by Len Dykstra.
I'll tell you, when Dykstra dove for the bag, dangerous in itself, he set up a stump on first base, and I believe Perry tripped over him. I'm not sure. But Pat Perry appears to be seriously hurt. Dykstra, on the other hand, diving into first base, and we have seen him do that several times this year, and it seems like he always dives and hits the middle of the bag. Now here's Perry coming down, and it's just like going up for a jump shot and having your legs just cut out from under you. Perry hits on his right side. Oh boy. And he hit the turf, and that is hard. Like concrete. Matter of fact, it has an asphalt base. Does the turf here at Busch. See, he never had a chance to get that right foot down on the ground, but he gets it down on Dykstra's left side, his left part of his rib cage. Dykstra appears to be all right, as does Pat. A big scare here. Like to see a smile on the face of the young man after something like that happened.
And Knight loops it by Tommy Herr for a base hit. Carter scores. Dykstra hustles around to third. That's 5 consecutive singles now for the Mets, and a total of 16 hits in the game and a 7-0 lead.
Second baseman.
7-0 as we go to the bottom of the ninth. And the 2-2 pitch. A half swing and strike 3, and Ojida's got his shutout.
And the Mets still have their 9.5-game lead, and they are 29 games over 500 in June. 7-0 on the shutout by Ojeda. Be sure to join us tonight for ABC News Nightline immediately following your late local news.
This one ripped into right center field. It'll be extra bases. Strawberry making the move to second is not running at full speed. He's bothered by that ankle.
Yeah, that ankle a little tender. With one out, Darryl Strawberry would normally have a triple on that ball. The right ankle a little tender. A lot of combinations that makes Strawberry stop at second. But normally he should be on third base. But
down the line were home runs, right?
Right.
That's how close it was.
There's a base hit to left field. Can Strawberry score? Holman fields the ball, throws home. Strawberry coming home, and he's in safely. The ball gets away from Cox backing up the play, and he goes down to second base and holds there. No error in the play, and the Mets take the lead by a score of 1-0 as Danny Heap comes through.
The Cardinal outfielders have 24 assists. Vince Coleman second in the National League in assists last year with 16. Watch the hop this ball takes. Boom, over the head of Heath, and he has no chance to protect the plate. Coleman charging the ball very well. But the ball looked like it hit the seam right in front of home plate. Just think of all the shoes you could have shine with that kind of money. Third strikeout for Fernandez. 5 in a row, retired by Sid.
And Sid this time goes to the fastball to get Willie McGee. He led the league in batting average last year, became the second man in the National League to lead the league in
game lead over the Montreal Expos, who played in Chicago today. Kind of funny. Way back right field. Wilson. This ball's out of here, and he hit it 8 times. 2-0. Brother.
Here's Mookie's home run, and he got it off a change of pace, and Mookie got all of it. His 5th home run of the year. Last year he hit 6 all season long, and there is no doubt about it. That is his 7th home run given up by Cox, and the Mets lead 2-0.
Backman with a bunt. Safe at first base. So Wilson
off nicely at first base for a double play to end the inning.
Great play by Ray Knight. He goes, actually didn't even take a step to his right. That's why third base is a reaction position, and the Cards' woes continue. One more shot. Just takes it off the rug.
One hit, but nobody left. Still 2-0 New York after 4, and we're back after this for Nissan.
Drive right field. Hernandez to Johnson, and it's a double play. Landrum diving back, just nipped by Johnson. 2 out.
The second double play turned on a line drive in the ball game. In fact, in the last 2 innings. And a very close play at second. Johnson dancing in just ahead of the play, just ahead of Landrum's hand to get the double play. And you can see right there, Johnson on the bag with the ball, and Landrum still a few inches away from the bag. So a good play, a good alert play by both Hernandez and Johnson.
And especially Johnson's in wonderful.
And the pitch. Fastball hit in the air to right center. Mookie Wilson is there, and he makes the play. So for the second time in his last 2 at-bats, Ozzie Smith leaves the runners on. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left on. And the score at the end of 7, the Mets 2 and the Cardinals 1. Now here's a word from the good old guys.
McGee is off, and the pitch grounded to third. Ray Knight comes up with it on a weird hop off the seam and throws out Heath to end the inning. One error and one left here in the 8th inning. And it's still 2-1, and here's the play.
This is not an easy play. That ball comes up as it hits the dirt, and Ray right on top of it picks it up out of the air and picks up the out to end the inning.
Still 2-1 New York as we go to the 9th after this for Bud Light. Throws over to Hernandez, and the Mets win it 2-1 and have taken the first 2 games of this 3-game series, and in fact won all 6 games played here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis this year. Roger McDowell picks up his 7th save of the year, and Sid Fernandez, by winning the ball game and going 7 innings, is now 10-2. Here's Whitey Herzog's reaction. And I'll just go to my office. It's been that kind of year for Herzog and the Cardinals as the Mets win their 51st game of the year. Danny Cox, the loser, is 2-6. And Ralph and I'll be right back to wrap it up. Tim McCarver will have an interview for you, so stay with us. Once again, the final, the Mets win it over St. Louis 2-1. And
manager Pat Corrales complained with Darryl Cousins, then charged Stewart. Watch what he does. He kicks him and then gets flattened by a right cross. There was much more fighting than usually seen in these things, with Corrales, Stewart, and A's manager Jeff Newman all ejected after the 10-minute brawl. Well, the Mets in St. Louis have just completed their 5th straight win. Sid Fernandez has just completed his team-high 10th victory. They win 2-1. Second inning with Strawberry on after doubling. Heath off Danny Cox, singles to left. Strawberry beats Vince Coleman's throw, and the Mets jump into the lead. Then in the 3rd, Mookie Wilson off Cox again. See how shallow they play him. It doesn't matter. His 5th homer, 2-1 the Mets lead, and Fernandez got some outstanding defense. Here, Ray Knight doubles off McGee, actually doubles off nicely after catching McGee's ball. Fernandez had just 9 wins last year now with his league-high 10th. Elsewhere in the
7th. After giving up a home run to Tony Bernazart, A's Dave Stewart almost hits Julio Franco. Indians manager Pat Corrales comes out, tries to kick Stewart. Stewart then hits Corrales. They both go down. Bench is empty. Both Stewart and Corrales ejected. Look at number 26, Dave Kingman, in the middle there. You can bet fines and possible suspensions will be on the way. Bob.
Well, Mike Fischlin of the Yankees, with the ground of the Orioles ball girl in pursuit, did not have this in mind. And here's the Met ball girl at Shea in action, chasing a foul ball, but she is rudely interrupted. And at Yankee Stadium, watch the man reaching out, loses the ball, and loses his pants. More baseball. High pop fly. The catcher, Bob Brenly of the Giants, waiting, look out. Pop foul to the dugout. Tony Pena not helped by Braves manager Chuck Tanner, who was trying to help. This past Sunday, Dwight Gooden with the pitch. Gary Carter thought the ball got by him. Gary, it's in your glove. Pitching problems the past month. Charlie Liebrand of the Royals with a pickoff attempt slightly off the mark. And here's a bouncer to the mound. Bill Gullickson of the Reds with a wild throw. First baseman Pete Rose can't believe it. Yankee pitcher Al Holland in deep thought.
And Carter rips it to left field. A broken bat base hit. Coming around from second is back when the throw way offline. Hernandez goes to third on the bad throw, and Carter goes down to second. And the Mets lead 1-0.
Well, 2 broken bat hits, one by Backman and this one by Carter, with a walk sandwiched in between. Carter's bat, the head of the bat going down toward third base. This throw.
Game winners. Back in 1920, 4 pitchers for the Chicago White Sox won 20 or more ball games, and that was the year after the Black Sox.
The rally caps are going again. Base hit left field. Backman is amazing. Wilson to third. Oh, my goodness. Wally Backman with 2 consecutive 3-hit games is now 8 for his last 10.
Again, Beckman is so hot. And taking that ball in the left field. Good play by Coleman, throwing into second base to stop Beckman with a single. Beckman, as you see, making that big turn on his way to second base and stopping when he saw the throw go into second. So the Mets now with
Well hit to right field, but Kurt Ford's going to make the catch. That's deep enough to score a run. And Carter has RBI number 56 on the year. 2-1 Mets.
Sacrifice fly for Gary Carter on the RBI, so no time at bat. Gary with 2 RBIs, and the Mets leading by a score of 2-1.
He was intentionally walked his first time up. Well hit, a bullet down the line. It hits the wall. That's going to give Beckman a chance to score, and here he comes. 3-1 Mets.
Well, I'll tell you, you just can't hit the ball any harder than this. This was a lightning shot to right field, and fortunately for the Mets, it stayed in play, did not bounce over the wall, and Beckman able to score easily from first base on the double. As we mentioned earlier, Darryl Strawberry with 4 home runs off Bob Forsch in his major league career. This ball, if he had got it in the air, would have been out of the stadium.
Left fielder George Foster.
Ford plays the ball off the fence. No chance on Beckman as he scores, and the Mets now lead by a score of 3-1, and the batter will be George Foster.
Drill to right. Ford over. He can't get to it. Foster's going to have a triple. Strawberry's going to score. And the Mets lead it 4-1.
Well, George Foster coming up with another shot, and this one hit like Strawberry's, not quite as hard. Ford makes a diving try, and by doing so, he turns a double into a triple as Strawberry scores, and Foster ends up with his first triple of this season. And the Mets now leading the ball game by a score of 4-1.
Well, we'll see if Whitey Herzog elects to pitch to Ray Knight, who entered the game batting 3. Fly ball center field. Dykstra under it. And Dykstra makes the catch. And there was trouble in River City. But it was squelched by Doug Sisk. 2 runs, 3 hits, make that 4.
Line drive knocked down by Orozco. He throws to first, and the Mets win it. Jesse Orozco comes in to work 1 2/3 innings and picks up his 12th save of the year as the Mets win yet another 1-run ball game, and the Cardinals have lost now 20 1-run games this year. Doug Sisk is the winner. He is 2-1 as Doug pitches well, going 2 2/3 of scoreless in relief of starter Rick Aguilera. And the loser, Bob Forsch, is now 6-5 on the year as Gary Carter goes out to congratulate Jesse Orozco, who had lost his last 2 outings. And Whitey can only mutter a few expletives and head for his office. The Mets have swept the Cardinals in this 3-game series and have now won all 7 games played here this year as they win it 4-3 here tonight. Ralph and I'll be right back to wrap it up. Stay with us from Busch Memorial Stadium. We'll be back after this for Michelob Light.
Series by winning 3 ball games. It's the 2nd time the Mets have swept a series from the Cardinals. The 6th time the Cardinals have been swept this year at home. And last year they were not swept at home 1 time when they were the National League champions.
Run aboard, and then in the 9th inning.
Make it 4-3 New York. In the 7th, Cards with a man on second, 1 out, and Allen nicely at bat. But Kurt Ford tries to steal third. Gary Carter comes up throwing and nails him. And the final 4-3. Whitey Herzog just disappeared from the dugout at that point. Things are going very badly indeed for last year's defending champs. Sisk the winner, Bob Forsch the loser, and Jesse Orozco with save number 12.
puts a very short, sharp swing on this one. As he picks up his third major league home run, and he has been up only 33 times. Look at that short swing on that fastball in a good spot. Most pitchers say that hitters hit mistakes. That was a high inside fastball, and Ed Hearn took it right downtown.
Right here, short and
short.
sweet.
Oh, that's good motion right there. Leading by over 3/4 of a minute. There's one gone. Goodbye. A tie ball game at 3.
Strawberry gets a pitch out over the plate and about waist high, and watch him turn on this ball. Boy, that swing generates so much power. There was never any doubt about it from the time it left the bat.
And the first pitch to
Ron Darling, and after 6.5 here at Shea, 3-3. We'll be back after this word from Piedmont.
And 4-12 saves, and the 2.72 ERA is 30th appearance.
Fly ball left field and deep. Back is Wilson. This ball is out of here. Home run, Bill Garner. And the Astros lead it 5-3. That's the second time that's happened this year. 2 runs on 1 hit. And nobody left here in the 10th. And after 9.5, it's 5-3 Houston. We'll be back after this word from American. So Dykstra's on there. And Darryl Strawberry, the batter. Dykstra's run, meaningless. Well hit, way back, deep center field. Darryl Strawberry has done it again. A tremendous home run to center field. It's tied 5-5. Was that ball smoked? I don't believe it. And I'm not the only one.
Darryl Strawberry's 4th hit of the night and his second 2-run home run. And the fireworks have indeed started early. Hal Lanier, along with McCarver, in disbelief. The only problem is Hal Lanier is expressing his anger. Carter.
A game-winning home run, and the Mets have won 7 in a row. Sinatra saying start spreading the news, and the Mets are doing exactly that. They're spreading the news that they are right now the dominant team in this game, in either league. by virtue of the home run, dramatically wins it here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
The ironic part about it is that had the game ended in regulation, the fireworks would have gone on at about the same time the Mets provided their fireworks here in the 10th. Ray Knight sees the ball go out, and without much of a display of emotion, of course there were 50,000 here on hand to handle that part of it. Ray took care of going around the bases to score the winning run, and the Mets come back from trailing 5-3 in the 10th to win it 6-5 with 2 homers and 3 runs in the bottom of the 10th inning. A 2-out solo home run on a ball down in the strike zone, lifted over the left field wall after Knight had struck out his first 4 at-bats tonight. All the Houston Astros can do is head for the dugout and look to tomorrow as the Mets continue to roll almost unbelievably. 6-5 the final. Now here's a word from Budweiser. We'll be right back.
At Shea Stadium, 48,000 showed up. What a ball game. The Mets with 3 in the bottom of the 10th beat the Astros 6-5. Darryl Strawberry had a fair night, a single, a double, and 2 home runs. So the Mets have now won 7 in a row. Let's go to the videotape. Strawberry says, who can't hit left-handed pitching? Here it is, bottom of the 5th, 3-1 Astros, and boom, Strawberry ties the game 3-3 with his 11th home run of the year. Now 5-3 Astros, 1 on, bottom of the 10th, and boom, Strawberry dead center field. Gainey goes back over the 4-10 sign. 5-5, 2 batters later. Ray Knight, who had struck out 4 straight times, says not on a 5th one. Boom, home run, ball game's over. Mets with 3 in the bottom of the 10th, win at 6-5, and the Expos lost. So, folks, the Mets lead by 12.5. 43.
His inability to keep runners close to first.
This one hit down the right field line. If it's fair, it's extra bases. Fair ball. So Len Dykstra continues to pound the ball as he leads off with a double.
Trying to capture the center field position for the Mets. He's captured the hearts of the fans here at Shea. You don't see this very often when Nolan has an overpowering stuff. A ball pulled right down the line, especially a pitch out over the plate. It's usually a struggle to pick up doubles off Nolan Ryan, but right there, Lenny Dykstra
with 5 home runs and 33 RBIs. Infield is in this early in the game. And it goes through that, drawn in infield for a base hit.
Well, the Astros got to believe they're not going to score many runs against Dwight Gooden. Hal Lanier had the infield drawn in, and the ball hits right up the middle off the bat of Keith Hernandez. Here it is again, right back up the middle, base hit. Run scores. It's 1-0 Mets as Lenny Dykstra comes on.
Ball. That was a pitch.
Okay.
I don't know what sign it hit.
Ground ball. Great play. Wow. Score it 4-3.
Boy, this is a quality play. Backman from his knees. That's why the Mets need Wally Backman. Spears it in the web. Gets up. Gets to his feet and throwing at the same time. Boy, that was a good play. Good.
He would hold a curveball.
Well hit right field. Fast back. Up against the wall. Santana will have to hurry. He scores. 2-1 Mets.
It off the fence. What a job Dykstra is doing. His second double of this ball game. He's now 2 for 3. Off of the base of the fence. Santana, the runner at second, held up to see whether or not it would be caught. He comes in, no play at home, and Dykstra ends up at second with an RBI.
There goes Gainey. Changeup tapped toward third. Johnson over to first. Here goes Gainey out at third. Bad base running. Good throw by Hernandez.
Well, you never make the last out at third base. A gamble here, not wisely taken. Gainey running here on the ball. Top ball down to third, picked up by Johnson. He fires the first. Now Hernandez with that gun for an arm just cuts Gainey down, trying to go from first to third on the out at first. Double play.
5-3-6. And if looks could kill. 2-1 New York. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Grounded sharply. What a play, Hernandez. This game's over. Oh, brother. Keith Hernandez on a spectacular play to end the game and give Gooden his 10th victory of the year. Looks like meeting time for the Astros, doesn't it?
Clubhouse meeting, doors closed.
White Gooden now 10-3, the loser Dave Smith. And yet again, another manager who's drinking water when they're not thirsty. The Mets now 54-21. They lead the Montreal Expos by 13 games. The Expos playing tonight in Atlanta. And here's that last play one more time.
Well, this ball is hit very, very hard. Low fastball. Keith Hernandez a diving stop. Keith with a brilliant double play earlier in the ball game, using that glove to turn Houston away. And here is Carter as he sees the play made. Gooden going right out to Hernandez. He was getting ready to cover on the play at first, and he's right into the picture as the Mets win it. And they have won 2 now over Hal Lanier's Houston Astros.
Well, as Carly Simon would say, but not Hal Lanier, nobody does it better. The Mets now 33 over 500. Ralph and I will be back with a wrap-up right after this. Goodness.
It's unbelievable.
Cruz, the breaking ball down the line. Wanted to savor that one with you. My goodness. Oh, boy. I can't imagine doing that and not getting hurt.
I can't imagine doing it.
You always were one pitch ahead of me, though. It's a problem. Another one down the line, and another play by Hernandez to get him safe at first base. A delayed call by Brocklander. Ojeda questioning the call. I can't believe it. Almost the same play.
Incredible play. If he could have caught his, he could have got up on his knees a little bit. His momentum just got him in such a bad position, he couldn't get rid of it right away. This was even a tougher play than the first play. And right here, he just couldn't get himself up enough. And on another angle, we may actually see exactly what happens here. It's an awfully close play. I think possibly his foot might have been off the bag here, Timmy. What do you think?
I agree with you. The naked eye, of course, you're not right over the...
An end at Shea Stadium tonight. Roger McDowell lost his first game in 58 appearances. Houston won their first game after losing 6 in a row, and the Mets lost their first game after winning 8 in a row. The biggest crowd of the season on Cap Day, almost 51,000 at Shea tonight. Keith Hernandez, bottom of the first, made them happy. A Bob Nepper fastball, a home run, 1-0 Mets. Then in the bottom of the second, the score still 1-0.
Kevin Mitchell on third. Ray Knight flies to Kevin Bass in right. He's got it for the out. Mitchell tags from third. The good throw by Bass cuts Mitchell down. Alan Ashby puts the tag on. Bob Ojeda gave up the only Astros run in the 8 innings he worked. Top of the 7th, Phil Garner hits the changeup. It's number 8 of the season for Garner. This one ties the game at 1-all. Ojeda pitched well. He gave just 6 hits and struck out 7. Then in the top of the 9th with 1 out, Glenn Davis on first. Kevin Bass singles to right. Mitchell bobbles the ball. That allows Bass to go to, or rather Davis to go to third, Bass to second, and Denny Walling pinch hitting for Ashby, singles to center. Davis scores for 2-1. That was it for the Astros, because Charlie Kerfeld strikes out pinch hitting Darryl Strawberry, final out. Kerfeld telling his teammates, I need a raise, at least a bonus. Come on, guys, speak up for me. Well, the Mets lost the game tonight, but here's one big reason why they've got the best record in baseball. Keith Hernandez's Golden Glove was glistening. Watch. Glenn Davis's liner, Hernandez to his right, out. Then Jose Cruz up, Hernandez to his left. He gets it. He comes up throwing to Ojeda, out. Looks like instant replay. Cruz again, Hernandez again. This time from his back. Almost gets him. This time Cruz is safe. Great plays by Hernandez, even in defeat. And it was Montreal beating Atlanta tonight, 12-5, so they gain a game on the Mets.
3 years old, Sid Fernandez. Sid with a record of 10-2, the best record on the Mets. He has an earned run average of 2.99. He has walked. Here's a comparison of the two ball clubs. Mets lead the National League in runs.
Hit sharply up the middle, base hit. Here comes Hearn. Walker tried to barehand the ball. Hearn scores, and it's 2-0 New York.
Well, Dykstra continues his strong hitting. This time he takes a fastball up the middle. Picks up a run batted in. That's his 19th run batted in. And he's been splitting this season with Mookie Wilson. The bobble in the outfield keeps the center fielder Walker from making a play at the plate on Ed Hearn. And Dykstra stays at first as he comes up.
Inning.
Well hit left field. Got a chance. This ball is out of here. Home run, Kevin Mitchell. And he didn't even hit that ball well. 3-0 New York.
Kevin Mitchell with a home run. That's his 5th home run. He's had 49 hits. He's hit 5 home runs and 16 doubles. 21 of his 49 hits have been for extra bases.
Wow. 11 doubles in his last 21 ball games. Man, does the ball jump off his bat.
Here's up next. And a breaking ball for strike 3. Mizrock called out 2 consecutive at-bats.
And right here, he gets called out on the same pitch. A good breaking ball. Strikeout number 3 for Sid Fernandez. Time he moves over again, and the ball hit the right center. This could be trouble. Coming in is Strawberry, can't get to it, and now there's a play at third base. Here's a throw by Strawberry, and it is in time. Another base-running mistake by the Houston Astros, and they pick up the force play at third base. Look at Hal Lanier. Astros have been just destroying themselves on the bases.
Well, Kevin Bass actually fell down. Kevin played it about a third of the way. Here's Bass, number 17, just moving out of your picture. The ball popped up. Strawberry's not going to get there. Bass had fallen down. Now he gets up and tries to get to third, and instead of a base hit, it's a fielder's choice for Tony Walker. And the play goes 9-5. You don't see a 9-5 fielder's choice very often.
Well, Bass made a base. Mets 3 and Houston nothing. Now here's a word from Berger.
Time in the sort is so unlike Walter Alston, but both were successful.
Well hit left field. Way back. Way back. This ball's out of here. First home run for Howard Johnson of the year. And the Mets lead it 5-1.
Continue to pound the baseball. They now have 11 hits, 2 home runs in this game, and 47 home runs in their last 39 games. Howard Johnson's 4th of the year. And his first as a right-handed hitter, a fastball, and baby, can he turn on a fastball. A 2-out, 385-foot shot. And a ground ball to second. Backman will go to Hernandez at first, and the Mets win it. Roger McDowell comes in to pitch the final 2/3 here in the 9th and picks up his 8th save of the year. And Sid Fernandez becomes the first 11-game winner of the season for the New York Mets, as Sid's record now is 11-2. And depending on what the rest of the league is doing, he has the best record among all National League pitchers. Fernandez going 6 2/3 to pick up his 11th victory. Sid gave up only 1 run. Doug Sisk gave up the other 2, and McDowell pitched the final 2/3 for his 8th save. The loser is Houston starter Mark Knudsen, who is 0-3. And the Mets now have won 9 of their last 10 ball games and 23 of their last 31. And here is young Master Lehman, whose father is the Secretary of the Navy. He's not real sure what he's supposed to be doing right now. But he did a good job while he was in there. Well, we'll be back with a final wrap as the Mets continue to roll, picking up their 55th victory. Ralph standing by with Kiner's Corner, so stay with us. The Mets win it 5-3 over Houston. And now here's a word from Bartles and James.
Deb holding a towel to her face. Now the 3-1. To deep in the field. For the first time against Andy McGaffigan. And did this. Home run number 1 in the 4th inning. Home run number 2 in the 5th inning. The longest home run of them all. 5. That's one of baseball's most coveted records. There are 2 outs in the 9th inning. Reardon delivers. There's a fly ball deep left center field. Right looking up. He did it. He did it. Bob Horner has become the 11th player in baseball history to hit 4 homers in 1 game. It's 11-8. And he'll have to make at least 1 curtain call here, maybe more than 1. He got a breaking ball and becomes the 11th player in Major League history to hit 4 homers in 1 game. His name is in the record books.
We're starting with baseball. The Mets still riding high atop the National League East with an 11.5-game lead thanks to their 5-3 win over Houston yesterday at Shea. It was the Mets' 9th win in their last 10 games. And Sid Fernandez, who became the National League's first 11-game winner, got some defensive help here in the 1st inning. Dickie Thon, long fly ball, deep center field. Lenny Dykstra on the run, hauls it in on the running track. And Mets Rookie of the Year candidate Kevin Mitchell continued to impress. 3rd inning here, Mitchell smacked his 5th home run of the season, a solo shot to left. That gave the Mets and Fernandez a 3-0 lead. Then in the 6th inning, with the Astros threatening Tony Walker, fly ball to right field, drops in for a single, but watch this. Darryl Strawberry comes up throwing. to force out Kevin Bass at third. He had been tentative on the way to third. Expos could manage only 1 run in the inning. Then in the 7th, Mets put the game away thanks to Howard Johnson. Hojo, a switch hitter, gets his first right-handed home run of the season as he rockets a 2-run shot to left. That gave the Mets a 5-1 lead. They went on to win it 5-3. Roger McDowell getting his 8th save of the season. Tonight at Shea, the Mets opened a 3-game series with the Cincinnati Reds. Braves' Bob Horner became only the 11th player ever to hit 4 home runs in a game. Horner's first blast came in the 2nd inning, a solo shot deep to left field off Andy McGaffigan, the first of 3 solo shots for Horner on the day. Then in the 4th inning, Horner up again against McGaffigan again, another solo shot, this one again to left field. Then in the 5th inning, McGaffigan still pitching. I don't know why. Horner hits a 3-run shot to left. That's his 3rd home run of the game. Finally, in the 9th inning, another solo blast, this one off Jeff Reardon. The Expos rather finally got smart. Horner was a happy man.
You don't ever plan anything like that happen in your career. It's one of those things that happens once in a lifetime. You never expect anything like that to happen, but it did, and I just wish we would have won the ball game.
That's right, Bob. That had to take some of the joy out of the accomplishment. The Expos won the game 11-8. By the way, the last time anyone hit 4 home runs in a game was in 1976. Mike Schmidt of the Phillies did it.
With diabetes.
Aguilera hits a long drive. That ball is gone. Do it yourself, Rick. His 2nd home run of the year.
I'll tell you what, if they get a shot of this as he comes around, they may find him in the pitcher's game because he hit that ball, he started to first base, and he just absolutely stopped and watched it. But he sure hit it all. Pitchers hitting home runs and a lot of smiles.
They booed him while he was pitching, and they're standing for him after the home run. And the batter now, Lenny Dykstra, he takes
a replay of the home run. Fastball up. Oh, there's Aggie. Well, we can't see what he did, but we can see where the ball went, and it went where he wanted it to.
Tonight at Shea, final of 7-6, but Montreal also lost, so the Mets did not lose any ground. Now, trailing 3-0, Darryl Strawberry, another mammoth shot. Right fielder Parker doesn't move, long gone. His 13th cut it to 3-1. Then in the 5th inning, look, Rick Aguilera, the pitcher. He didn't get the win again, but he did hit his 2nd homer of the year. That cut it to 3-2 Reds. Now, here's the big shot. Dave Parker. He drilled it in the 7th off Randy Neiman. A 2-run homer. Reds led at 6-4. And Brooklyn's John Franco struck out Darryl Strawberry to end it. Good relief for Franco. And that was it. Reds beat the Mets 7-6. But the Yankees down, yeah.
Not a good one for either ball club. First of all, the story at Shea. The Reds made it 2 straight over the Mets tonight. They do it in 10 by the score of 5-4. Cincinnati starter John Denny, not a happy guy. And he's a guy who usually does express himself, particularly not happy about this. This is Darryl Strawberry, line drive. Watch Dave Parker misplay the hop, and watch the relay. Parker to Oster, who throws wild trying to get Hernandez at 3rd. So both Hernandez and Strawberry score. Mets lead 3-0 in the 6th. Reds came back from a 4-2 deficit. Buddy Bell puts it out against Orozco in the 9th. He continues to struggle. This with a man on, tie the game at 4. Reds won it in the 10th against McDowell. Tony Perez put one up the middle to score. Parker for the game winner. This is the first time this season the Mets have lost after leading after 8 innings. In 10, Reds 5, Mets 4, but the Mets remain 11.5 in front because the Expos lost to Houston 4-1. The in fear strikes out, but Carter did see a couple of sensational catches. Steve Lyons of the Sox doing it over the shoulder, and how about Brett Butler of the Indians with a running, sliding catch. Here it is, left center field. He robs Tim Hewlett. To the scoreboard, Boston is back on
last 3 games, but they're still in pretty good shape. They're still in terrific shape, but the Mets did get swept away by the Reds 11-1 today, and Dwight Gooden again the loser. This is the first time the Mets have been swept in a series in a year, but they still lead by 11 games. First inning, and Gooden had some bad luck. Rookie Wayne Rowden for the Reds, he went 5 for 5. Ball just dropped in on the line. That was 1-0 Cincinnati. Then Sal Butera. Line drive. Foster drops it. 4-0. Here's Butera again. 5th inning off Bereni. A 3-run homer. Now the Reds are up 8-0. Here's how it went for the Mets offense today. Tim Tuffle was batting. He knocks down Tom Browning. Guy still gets up, turns it into a double play. And here's how it went for Mets fans today. No wonder he can't light a cigarette. It's backwards, turn it around. 11-1 Cincinnati. That's the kind of day it was at Shea Stadium today. The American...
Ed Lynch pitching. It is the Giants' line drive to Lynch, who throws to Davey Lopes at third to double up Chili Davis, who throws to Terry Francona at first to triple up Chris Brown. The Yankees made a trade.
You just saw them. National League All-Stars announced today, and it might as well be the Mets versus the American League. As we just saw, the Mets all lined up in the dugout just a few moments ago. Fernandez, Strawberry, Hernandez, Gooden, Carter all in a row, and Davey Johnson off to the right will be a coach in the game. And Gary Carter is standing by live at Shea Stadium, and Gary Gooden will start, but fans are scratching their heads over him. You're his catcher. What's the story?
Lenny, there still isn't anything wrong with the doctor. I mean, he's got roughed up a couple of times, but he's still got the velocity and the curveball. I don't understand. I mean, he's still 10-4, and he's got a decent ERA. I guess he just has not lived up to the same standards as he did last year. That's all there is to it.
Gary, how many other Mets deserve to be in this All-Star game this year?
Well, I think we got 2 other pitchers on this pitching staff that are well-deserving, maybe even 3 with Roger McDowell, but Ronnie Darling and Bobby Ojeda, they are deserving just as well. And even Ray Knight, for that matter, should be on the All-Star team. But, you know, it would look maybe a little embarrassing to have that many on the All-Star team, and I guess that's maybe what they have looked at. There's a lot of guys that are well-deserving of being there, but unfortunately they can only take so many.
Gary, 3-game losing streak. You a little bit concerned?
Well, a little bit in the sense that was our first sweep from another team this year, but not really, Len. We still have a 10.5 game lead. We've got these 4 games remaining before the All-Star break. We just hope that we can play the kind of baseball that has gotten us to where we are today, and then we shouldn't have any worries.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Congratulations on your selection.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Gary Carter. The other starters, Ryan.
2.43.
Mel Parnell and also Bill Lee. The runner going with a pitch, a throw in time, and Terry Harper is out. Carter throwing out Harper by a pretty good margin.
Well, the reason Gary makes a good throw, watch him get out. He gets out in front of the plate, and he makes a good throw. Harper did not have that good a jump, but Gary Carter really makes a fine throw. Whenever you see that catcher get out in front of the plate, Jerry Grody was the best I had ever seen.
Be a pretty good message right there.
Breaking ball hit well to left center, way back. This ball is out of here. Mets up 1-0 on Gary Carter's 14th home run.
Well, here it is again, a high curveball. Carter gets all of it. It is his 14th home run of the year. That leads all the Mets hitters in home runs. It was also only the 4th home run given up by Zane Smith this season.
Ground ball, right side, base hit. Here comes Santana. Harper, strong arm. Wilson to second. 2-0 New York. Mookie at second. About that walk again.
Well, the walk to the leadoff batter, Santana, the sacrifice by Ojeda, and now the base hit by Mookie Wilson, bouncing the ball through to right field. Terry Harper, the right fielder, throws the ball too high for it to be cut off.
And Ralph Kiner with 13.
And he gets a high curveball. It's hit into left center field. A long way back there, can't be caught. Ball off of the fence. 3 runs to score, and the Mets lead it by a score of 5-0. A base-clearing 2-base hit by George Foster.
Foster comes very, very close to his 14th career grand slam as it short hops the wall in left center field, and with the merry-go-round in motion on the 3-2 pitch and 2 out, all 3 runners score. Carter coming all the way around from first with the 3rd run of the inning, and Foster now with 37 RBIs. This ball hits about 3 feet short of the wall on the warning track. Murphy hustling it back in, but Carter able to score all the way from first. Here are the guys looking on in the dugout. Santana, Johnson, and Darling, when they see that ball drop in there, and everybody come around.
So that's it for Zane Smith. He gets credit for 4 2/3 innings.
Hernandez
bailing out, I think.
Has left the bench.
Yeah. He's. See, that's what left-handers are inclined to do with a guy like Ossenmacher.
He even turned his look at that. Here he's ready to surrender, I think.
That's what he'll do. He'll turn your cap around, won't he, Keith?
This is breaking ball.
Uncle Charlie. Slider is high, so it's 3-2 to Strawberry.
That's the most silent bench jockeying I've ever seen.
He's doing that because Darrell's got his back to him. Slider's fouled away. So Hernandez getting the pitches.
And he almost got that one. Where'd it go? Now he's bailing out on foul balls in addition to the pitches.
You notice while he's doing all that, he's studying Ossenmacher, too.
He hasn't very often taken his eyes off of him.
Base hit, right field. Carter will stop at second. And a good at-bat by Darryl Strawberry. And the runner's running.
Ooh.
Impressed him, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Got an ooh on that one.
Got an ooh.
Here's Tim.
Through 8 innings, Keith Hernandez has kicked first base a total of 32 times, and that's about how many times he went through those shenanigans with Strawberry. Now, here's video to back it up. 1, 2. Got a double kick there. 30 more times has he kicked first. 7 times.
1-1. Right at Ray Knight to end the ball game. And Bob Ojeda continues his impressive work for the New York Mets. Ojeda now 10-2 on the year with his 5th complete game, and he just missed with 1 unearned run his 3rd shutout of the year as he beats the Atlanta Braves 5-1, and the Mets stopped their 3-game losing streak, and they had also lost 4 of their last 5. The loser is starter Zane Smith of Atlanta, who is now 7-10 on the year. And here's how it ended.
Off the end of the bat, appropriately enough, Bob Ojeda throwing a changeup to end the game.
And Gary going out to congratulate Bob Ojeda, who certainly deserves that. Just another member of the Mets who could be on the All-Star team, but isn't. Chuck Tanner can only head to the clubhouse as the Mets win it 5-1 in the first of a 4-game series against the Braves. Tim and I'll be right back to wrap it for you. And Ralph is standing by with Kiner's Corner. We're back after this for Pathmark.
Prime time action as Bob Horner brings his explosive home run bat into the Big Apple when his Atlanta Braves prepare to do battle with the front-running New York Mets at Shea Stadium. For some of you, for a year for the Mets, Davy Johnson's ball club well out in front. They've had a splendid season, 10.5 games in front of the second-place Montreal Expos. But it wasn't always like this. 25 years ago, when this ball club first took the field in the New York area, they took the field as one of the worst teams of all time. The Mets were a phenomenon from the beginning. They were honored with a ticker tape parade before they ever played a game. And if they weren't destined to become immediate contenders, at least they were interesting. Their leader was Casey Stengel, part manager, part ringmaster.
Terrific thing if you could find out that in baseball you have a short career. But it's a great career to be a big leaguer, and it's a great career to make money.
Despite that inspirational talk, the team did not get off to a flying start. They lost their opening game to St. Louis. Then they returned to the Polo Grounds and lost their home opener. In fact, they lost 9 straight games before picking up their first win. Casey remained undaunted and sometimes unintelligible.
In modern baseball, very few men can go 9 innings. It's a serious thing, and it's they're handicapped. They got a lively ball. You've got where the ball goes through the infielders quicker. And they go and strike these short fences, and now they got men on bases all the time.
Now, he'd still be talking about the first subject, but he'd be thinking about the second one. Well, then he'd jump to the second one, and then while he was in the second one, he'd remember he didn't finish the first one.
The newly minted Mets included Richie Ashburn, Gil Hodges, and Frank Thomas, all legitimate hitters, all big names on paper, but just about everyone was past his prime. In May, they began a 17-game losing streak, and they finished the season with 40 wins and 120 losses, the worst record in this century.
It was funny at times, but as a player at the end of the day, when Casey said just take your records with you, you knew at the end of the year when you finished 40, 50 games out, next year was going to be a long year. And of course, you know, it went on for 7 years for the Mets, 100 years, 100 losses in a row, and of course, finally the winning championship year in 1969.
And it has reached the point where even the inadequacies are being exaggerated. Met historians, I know, would like Ed Kranepool to learn that the Mets actually lost 100 games only 5 out of the first 6 years. We'll be back with the man who epitomizes the problem days of the early Mets. He's become a cult hero. We'll talk with marvelous Marvin Throneberry right after these words. 1963. But Marv Throneberry is best known as the man who symbolizes the days of the buffoonery, the days of the horrendous play. Does that bother you?
Well, it did at first, but after it wore on in years, it really didn't bother me that much. I laughed at some of the things that was wrote that I never remembered that I did. But if they said it, it's turned out it's made me a real good living now. I'm happy with it.
You have become a cult figure because of the beer commercials off those wacky days.
Well, I think it really had, and it all started, everything started right here in New York. I love New York. The people have been great to me. When I played here, they were great, and I love coming back.
Tradition continues. Baseball's very first league championship series saw them sweep past the Atlanta Braves and uncork a season that will forever be called amazing. Saturday, these two teams meet again as the Braves take on the Mets or the Phillies meet the Astros. The tradition is here. The memories are waiting.
It all began in 1962 as Casey Stengel directed the New York Mets from the Polo Ground. It led to 1969, Tom Seaver and the Impossible Dream. And then in 73, it was Tug McGraw and You Gotta Believe. And now it's 1986, and the big kid from Hawaii, Sid Fernandez, showing them the way, on their way to a divisional championship. No record against Atlanta, 1-0 lifetime. He has won 6 straight. He has won 7 of his last 8. He's on the All-Star squad, and as he was saying, he's the biggest thing in Hawaii since Jack Lord. Extra, who's getting on base a little bit better than 4 out of every 10 at-bats. The bunt wide of first to Horner, and Backman is safe.
Seen a manufactured base hit. Watch this slide. Never got him. So 2 little men doing a very big job. Lenny Dykstra draws the walk. Wally Backman a drag bunt single. And now the big, and there's a high
chopper down to second. Obie's only play is to first for the out, and the runners move up 90 feet. Well, here comes Gary Carter, who homered last night, and as you can see, he's right up there in the high rent district.
He's open.
1 ball and no strikes. High drive into deep left field. Back goes Griffey. She is gone. You know what's interesting as we look at this swing again?
It looks like a high curveball. They were not going to give him the fastball, but that certainly was not where he wanted it. You can see Palmer's reaction. It was really just a bad curveball, a real room service high curveball.
You know, you were talking about not giving in with the guy on deck, Darryl Strawberry, and he is hit by the pitch, and look out. Here we go. Strawberry being tackled and kept away by Ozzie Virgil. And now it's every man for himself. What makes it so pointed, this year Strawberry against David Palmer is hitting 111. 111.
That was an emotional knockdown.
Right.
That's what it was. If you want to hit a player, that's where you throw it, and he was delivering a message, but it was just a bit late.
So Strawberry hit by the first pitch following the 3-run home run by Gary Carter. Ozzie Virgil appeared to grab Strawberry as best he could. Keith Hernandez tried to tackle Palmer. Virgil checking his left hand. Well, there's Palmer, a little shaken up. Strawberry walking off right there. Now it's up to the umpires. Interestingly enough, this group of umpires, Jerry Crawford, Charlie Williams, Dana DeMuth, and Terry Tata, they were the umpires in the marathon game July the 4th last year between these two teams. That was a game that, because of 2 rainouts. Hey, here's the pitch again. Right below the number, and he didn't hesitate. He went out after him. Palmer threw his glove at him, and then as he backs away, he is grabbed from behind by the plate umpire, Jerry Crawford.
That's how you get hurt, when somebody tries to pin you and somebody else is working out on your jaw.
So it was Jerry Crawford who was the first man to get his arms around Darryl Strawberry. Watch.
He gets hit, and he knows there was a message there, and Palmer's going to protect himself by throwing the glove at Strawberry. Now watch, Crawford grabs Palmer.
And Virgil's going to grab Strawberry.
Now, I think Phil Robinson, no, who is it? Hernandez comes around to get a shot at him. Oh, that's nice. When somebody's holding your arms, you can pop him. I mean, that's how you really get in trouble. But Crawford trying to break up the fight. Here's where he's defenseless now. This is where he's like an 8-pin at the bowling alley. Hernandez going right at him.
There's Davy Johnson. No, it's Rick Mailer with an arm around him.
I tell you, with the 3-run lead, you just like to say, guys, it's going to be a bad day.
Knight rolls one up along third base, fielded there by Rafael Ramirez to get him, and a somewhat stormy first inning is in the books. The Mets picked up 3 on a bunt and a home run. And David Palmer and Darryl Strawberry have some more words. And finally, Strawberry is restrained by Bud Harrelson. Ken Oberkfell kind of lingered to make sure that his pitcher might have needed a bodyguard. And we finally get the first inning in the books. Ozzie Virgil mutters something to Chuck Tanner as he goes into the dugout. And this story hasn't been written yet. At the end of an inning, the Mets 3, the Braves nothing. And we're just starting. Ground ball up the middle. Base hit. For Sid Fernandez, his 6th hit of the year.
He has a friendly bet with Vern Holt.
Ground ball hard. Big hop by Horner into right field. And the big guy is going to third. Harper's throw will be cut off by Andres Thomas. So Sid got on his surfboard, hung 10, and went from first to third to the delight of the crowd.
It's hits like that that really make you a valuable player. Now, Fernandez doesn't have a big lead. The ball gets by him. He's jogging down to second, and he rounds second base right about now. He doesn't have a big lead. Now watch him take off. A little delayed reaction there, so he really isn't going like a gazelle, although he's intent on getting over there when he sees Harrelson say, come on over.
Keith Hernandez. And that's ball 4. So the bases are loaded for Carter. Who's on deck?
Definitely.
Palmer does. High drive into deep left field. It is a way out and gone. Hit another.
Curveball.
Gooden, Fernandez, and Oida already having won in double figures. Knight's going to hit one in the corner, and he'll have an extra base hit. He's into second, and he's going to go for 3. The relay from Oberkfell, he is in there. So Ray Knight triples into the right field corner. That's his first triple of the year, so he's formally introduced to Buddy Harrelson.
It's good to see the veteran base runner who really knows what he's doing. When you picked up that shot, you saw him following that ball all the way. He knew when he got to second base that he was going to make himself a 3-base hit. He didn't even look for the coach.
Has hit 2 home runs tonight. Ball hit down the left field line, coming in a hurry. It's going to land in front of Griffey. It'll be a ground rule double. Knight scores. Mitchell has to stop at third. And it is 8-0 New York.
Griffey running hard, can't get it. Deflects it enough to knock it into the stands. And Mitchell has to stop at third. And Fernandez has himself 2 base hits. He's got a run scored. He's got an RBI. Hoshide will be in a long time, but receiver pitching.
High drive into right center field. On his horse, Murphy and Harper. It's going to bounce over the wall. That'll get both runs home. It's a double for Dykstra, and it is 10-0 Mets. 10-0.
And Atlanta's lucky that ball bounced over that wall, because if they have a little trouble picking it up, Dykstra might have had himself an inside the park. Now they're trying to figure out what's going to happen here, and it hits and bounces, not even close how far over that wall it goes. And both of them saying, should have stood him out of the ballpark.
2-1. Breaking ball hit the straightaway center. Back goes Murphy. He's going to make a play. He went to the deepest part of the park, or he might have hit another. A long out to dead center. So Gary comes up empty, but the Mets add 3 and lead 10-0. 11. He'd be the first 12-game winner. High foul. Keith was afraid of the dugout and still caught it. Boy, you talk about doing a mental tightrope. He thought he was right on the step. He still had a couple of feet and backhands it for the out. A Gold Glove in action.
And with Gary Carter there, it almost looks like a dance step.
And at the end of 3 1/2, 10-0. Big chopper over the mound behind second. Big hop into center field for a base hit. Strawberry to the plate, and he will score. Holding at second, Foster. 11-0 Mets.
You know, in a ball game like this, as a catcher, Virgil's position, you almost feel like a maitre d'. Everybody's come by. Hello, George. Hello. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Here comes another one across. Say hello. Table for 4.
So 2 errors and a base hit. And that'll bring up Kevin Mitchell. When it's 11-0 in your favor, what does a big league bullpen do?
They do anything to entertain themselves. And what you see of Roscoe and Moretti and McDowell doing, they're flicking seeds. They'll try to catch it in their mouth. And they may play for points or whatever.
Now, that's a big league bullpen. You wonder about the other man sitting there. Popped it up on the left side. Mitchell going out. Foster coming in. It'll be Kevin. And all fall down and go boom. Nice play, Kev.
Big grin on his face. I think he did that so Grandma could see him. Look at him.
Mr. Smooth.
He's got it all the way, and boom, boom.
You know what'll happen now? That'll make the highlight film, and it'll be all over both leagues.
A lot of margin for error.
Got him. So that's 8 strikeouts. Remember, his high this year is 10. A reminder tomorrow. Slow curveball on the corner. 9 strikeouts for Sid Fernandez. And at the end of 5 1/2, 11-0 Mets. Sid Fernandez single, double, and slices it to left. Ramirez has it over his head. Now let's see about the surfboard. The surfboard will stop at second. He hung 10 and said that's far enough. His 3rd hit.
The yellow flag went up as soon as he got to first base. Bill Robinson just slowed him down. There's no sense him trying to get himself a 3-base hit. He'd like to see him get the complete game.
You know, we'd like to remind our viewers we'll be selecting the NBC Miller Lite Player of the Game at the conclusion of the ball game, and it's going to be very tough. I mean, you have Gary Carter with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs, including the Grand Slam. You have Sid Fernandez. They had 4 20-game winners. Fernandez going to win his 12th tonight. Then Ojeda and Gooden with 10 apiece. Darling is a little off the pace with 8 wins tonight, and you've been behind the plate for every pitch in an 11-0 game the wrong way. Well, Ramirez is allowed to swing 3-0, and mercifully for Atlanta, that's it. And for Sid Fernandez, number 1, the first complete game shutout of his brilliant young career. Look out, world. Here comes the kid from Hawaii. He's the first 12-game winner in the National League. What a game as he gets the ball. We'll be back. At Shea Stadium in New York, a Mets runaway as they wallop the Braves 11-0. Tonight's game has been brought to you by Miller High Life. Miller. This week's NBC Miller Lite Player of the Game would have to be twofold. Gary Carter, 2 home runs, 1 a grand slam, and 7 runs batted in. And Sid Fernandez, 9 strikeouts, a 2-hitter, and his first Major League shutout. So, Miller Lite happy to present a check for $1,000 in the names of Gary Carter and Sid Fernandez.
Over Dale Murphy.
And two of the Met All-Star starters, Gary Carter and Darryl Strawberry, are with us from Shea Stadium. Darryl, now you have certainly had a solid season, but how about leading the majors in All-Star balloting? You pulled in 1.5 million votes. Now, there is a certain ring to the name Darryl Strawberry that people remember. If you were Darryl Smith, would you get as many votes?
Well, I don't think so, Marv. I think when you look at the name Strawberry, it's not hard to remember. And you see it on the ballot, and most people punch it in. And they go, well, that's Darryl Strawberry, New York Mets. And you got to also, I have to also give it credit that I live in Southern Cal, and, you know, I go back home to play the Dodgers. I get a lot of support there. And plus, when the Angels goes back to California, I get support there, too, from the All-Star game.
So you have it going from both coasts. Gary, you had a banner night last night. 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, the grand slam. But after that first home run against David Palmer, you celebrated in the dugout, complete with curtain call, and the Braves say that annoyed them. Now, what's your reaction to their annoyance?
Well, that's a shame that they feel that way, because here at Shea Stadium, it seems like everybody that hits a home run and gets a curtain call. And it's a shame that Darryl would have to take the brunt of that, but I think it was just showing the frustration in David Palmer's mind. And it happened earlier in the year, the same thing, when George Foster hit a grand slam off of Tom Niedenfuhr. Next hitter was Ray Knight, and he got plucked. So it's just one of those things, but we're not trying to show up any pitcher or anything else. We're just trying to show our emotions to the fans because they want a curtain call.
All right, Darryl, you were the next batter. Then Palmer hit you, which led to the fireworks. You said after the game that no question that Palmer wanted to throw at you.
Well, yeah, he threw the ball right at me. There was no question about it. He had frustration in his mind after Gary Carter hit the home run. And just like we said, we're not trying to show anyone up. You know, it's just the way our fans celebrated, and we celebrated to our fans. And I was in a situation where, you know, the guy, he threw right at me, and I didn't have a choice but to go get him.
Darryl, do you realize under New York State boxing regulation, this was a mismatch? You're listed at 6'6". He's 6'1". In fact, NBC's fight doctor, Ferdy Pacheco, had you leading on his unofficial scorecard.
Well, I don't want to take it as that, Barbara. I'm not out here to instigate anything, but it's just part of baseball, and it's just something you go through, and you have to protect yourself.
Is it over between you and Palmer, or you still want to get him?
Well, I think it's over. You know, it was just the last night situation I was in. You know, when you have a guy like Gary Carter in front of you hitting home runs, sometimes pitchers are going to throw at you, but you know, you have to gain some type of respect and let them know you know, they just can't do that because the guy hit a home run and celebrate.
All right, Gary, the Mets now 11.5 in front. You weathered the 3-game tailspin. Several weeks ago, Whitey Herzog said it's all over. Is it all over? And how do you keep yourself from a letdown with that enormous lead?
Well, it's a good position to be in, Marv, to have an 11.5 game lead, especially going into the All-Star break. But you never can become complacent. I think this ball club is hungry. We want to win, and we'd like to go all the way. But we still got a half a season to go, so we just got to take each game as they go. We had a tough 3-game series against the Reds, but we've been able to come back and win these first 2 against Atlanta.
Darryl, Gary, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Mark.
Continues to have its problems. And how about this reaction to a strikeout? Chili Davis of the Giants blaming it on his bat, which is now history. We'll be back with the
21 back home, so and get a real job, play a little baseball for a while.
Your father, oh, good. All right. They were waiting for that one. Very nice. Charlie, don't skip a beat. We have
led the New York Mets to victory last night. A 3-run home run and a grand slam home run. He had 7 RBIs as the Mets steamrolled over the Braves 11-0. Behind the bat of Gary Carter and the left arm of Sid Fernandez, who for the first time in his young career went all the way in pitching a 2-hit shutout. The Mets, without a doubt, are the class of the league, and more than that, they could very well become the winningest team in 80 years in the big league. The Mets riding high at Shea Stadium in New York. Oh, he takes care of Terry Harper. That's his second strikeout. 1 down and 2-2. Breaking ball takes care of Ossie Virgil. Strike 3, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Rick Aguilera.
Number 17.
We'll pause briefly for station. And after a bad ball, looked like he wasn't even looking at the ball. 5 strikeouts for Aguilera.
He's got a good breaking ball going. He really, I mean, it's almost dead perfect with the count.
He just threw that bat to get out of the way of it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count.
He was ready to bunt for the base hit, and it's low and inside, and he's just got to jump to get out of the way, and he does.
He figured he needed both hands for a soft landing, so he jettisoned the bat.
He checked with Harrelson to make sure.
2 on, 1 out, 3rd inning, no score. And he pulls it 3-0 and down the line. Aguilera will score easily. Dykstra's being waved in. He will score. Heading for 3rd is Hernandez. He's in there. The ball gets by Oberkfell. He's coming all the way.
Low inside, it gets by Harner, and Dykstra, he had no intention of slowing down. He was going to score, and Hernandez was satisfied with a 3-base hit. The throw is a little bit tough to handle. A short hopper off that grass, and Oberkfell tries to one-handed, did not get in front of it to block it. Once it got by him, forget an extra run.
I'm surprised Oberkfell didn't block that ball because he came so far away from the bag, he didn't have anything else to do. There goes the runner, and there goes the ball down the left field line. That's in there. Griffey chasing it in the water. Here comes Carter around 3rd. He will score on a double by Strawberry. 4-0 Mets.
Gary Carter was really digging, huffing and puffing. In fact, when he rounded 3rd base, I was looking to see if he had his shin guards on. Now he's digging hard. He sees it. Now he's got a chance. Now watch him come. Kick it into gear, Gary. Here he comes. Chugging away. Ah, those catchers just fly. Sparks flying off the spikes.
Montreal, they had an 8-game streak, and there were a couple of 7. Goes into center field, and Mookie is on his way. Murphy's throw bouncing over the head of 3rd baseman Oberkfell, and Mookie scores. So 2 errors on the play. Mookie 13 out of 13. There'll be an error charged on the throw from the catcher and into Murphy.
The throw is low. No chance for Hubbard. Now Murphy's got a chance at Mookie right here, but he's thrown off balance. But watch the hop that it takes as Mookie slides in. Oberkfell has no chance. Bad hops right into the stands, and they just wholesale the run.
So just like that, the Mets now lead 5-0, allowing 1 run. Curveball hit over the mound, over second into center field. In comes Hernandez. Here comes Carter to score. The ball gets behind the plate, backed up by Assenmacher. The runners move up anyway. Ozzie Virgil appeared to just take a swipe at that throw. A strange way he reacted.
It really was. We'll see what happens. He hits it right back up the middle. A big breaking ball, high hop. And here comes the throw. They think they got a chance at Carter. He was just going to one-hand it. I don't know why he's holding his mask. I don't know why. I don't think anybody's ever stolen one here, have they?
I don't know. But that I couldn't believe. It's the Mets who are on the warpath, leading the Braves 7-1. And there's a base hit into center. Strawberry will score. Mookie Wilson coming to the plate, and he scores. To second goes Knight. It is 9-1 New York. Good night, Ray Knight.
After the base hit, everything that was done just didn't work out. Now Murphy gets off a good throw, but he misses the cutoff man. Virgil's throw is just late.
Line to center, and that's a base hit to cash in Knight. It is a 5-run 7th, and it is 10-1 Mets. Lenny Dykstra is 4 for 5. Boy, what a day. A bunt single and 3 singles to center, an RBI and a stolen base. Otherwise, he hadn't done anything.
I'd say easy
For the week on NBC. Boy, the Mets dugout loose, easy going. Everything is just fine. That's George Foster standing up to the left behind Howard Johnson.
The bottom half of the 8th inning. For the Mets, first baseman, Keith Hernandez.
They have power, defense, speed, good bench. I don't know what else they need. Chopper to second, and they also have their 58th win. So they look like money in the bank as they give the Braves another bad time and beat them 10-1. We'll be chatting to you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis next week when the Dodgers take on the Cardinals. Today, Aguilera the winner, Mailer the loser. The game-winning RBI was a triple by Keith Hernandez. A reminder, the Anheuser-Busch live golf action coming up next on NBC. So till next Saturday, for Joe Garagiola, this is Ben Scully wishing you a very pleasant good evening from New York.
Diving catches and running into walls. The playoff and the series when Rusty gave the Mets his all. And later on you held that bat just like a long lost friend. In the clutch you had that touch of class until the end. Yes, they remember Rusty. He made his mark, it's true, in Montreal and Houston, the Motor City too. But when the cheers are only echoes in those other cities' parks, we'll remember Rusty forever in New York. We feel like you're a part of us, but this town wants you to know we'll remember Rusty Staub wherever you may go. We'll remember Rusty forever in New York. We'll remember Rusty forever in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rusty Staub.
Well, we got a light plane now. You think with his eminence around, we might have had a little more influence on the patterns today. I've had the pleasure for 23 years to come out here on a major league field and try to play Major League Baseball. The fans of every city that I've ever played in, I think, have appreciated my efforts, my determination,
and the way I went about trying to represent their city. In New York, and it's very difficult today for me to really express to you people here and all the people that have been Met supporters for so long. I wish I could find the words to really make you understand how much I appreciate how much you've meant to me. That the one thing I'm probably going to miss the most in my life is being able to come out of that dugout right over there and try to get a hit for you people here in New York. I'll miss that.
Now to honor Rusty, a former teammate, Keith Hernandez.
It's a great honor for me in representing our team who love Rusty and miss him deeply. The Big Orange, who was a great friend of mine and everybody's. We have a plaque for Rusty. And if I can bring the guys out with the award now, guys, would you come on out? Plaque reads, his teammates presented to Daniel J. Staub for meritorious service, your friends, on the occasion of his day, Shea Stadium, New York, July 13th, 1986, and it's inscribed with all of our signatures. Rusty?
Back with our special coverage of Thank Rusty Day on the special edition of Kind of Corner.
Rusty. There you are.
Broken by Roger McDowell, I should say, Roger McDowell, who won his first 7. And a base hit to center field. This might tie it up. Dykstra charging. Coming around from second is Griffey. The throw is in time as Carter blocked Griffey off of the plate, and Dykstra with a perfect throw gets him at home.
Len Dykstra just continues to impress. Carter with a great job of keeping Ken Griffey about a foot away from home plate. Griffey rounding third, looked like he stumbled a little bit. And Carter, without the ball, right there to stop him and make the tag. What a play. Fine throw by Dykstra, and a fine play by Carter at the other end to prevent the tying run from scoring.
What a job of blocking the plate by Gary Carter. 3-2. The runners will go. And the fastball hit the center. Here comes Dykstra. He's there. And that'll do it. So on the defense of Lenny Dykstra, no runs on 2 hits and a walk, 2 men left on base, and the score at the end of 5.5 innings, it's the Mets 1, the Atlanta Braves nothing. Now here's a word from Bud Light. And this this one deep to right field, way back. It's going. It is gone. Goodbye. Alexander had retired 14 in a row.
Well, he jumped all over the fastball. Len Dykstra says, well, I prevented the tying run from scoring, so let's see if we can prevent it from coming on base.
Yeah, those goggles and aviator caps.
Fly ball to left. Mookie Wilson with his first shot, coming hard after a late start. Got it. That ball in the very top of his webbing, and I don't see how it didn't hit the ground.
Well, just another day at the office. Defense, it did hit the ground, but he caught it at the same time. Look at that. See, that's a big web. Little snow cone. I think I'd like butter pecan. It'd be fine.
The Mets flashing some leather today. Marino trying to bunt for a base hit. Darling throws him out, and the game is over. The New York Mets have won their 4th in a row after losing 3 in a row. They have also won 13 of their last 17 games, 27 of their last 38, and 34 victories in their last 48 games to push their record to a gaudy 59-25. And the Mets lead by at least 12.5, and it could be 13 or 13.5 depending on the outcome of the Cincinnati-Montreal game as they go to the All-Star break in command in the National League East and on a roll. And there is Tony Darling, the wife of Ron Darling, looking on as Darling picks up his first complete game and his 9th victory of the year. He is 9-2. Tim and I'll be back to wrap it up for you, and Ralph will have Kiner's Corner, so stay with us. The Mets have defeated the Atlanta Braves and swept the series, winning the final game here 2-0. Now, here's a word from Sports Illustrated.
You saw the rondo runs of his teammates as they come out, and Rusty did not know this was taking place. It was all a surprise. But in the bottom of the first inning, Lenny Dykstra lines at the center. Dale Murphy falls down on the wet turf. It goes off his glove, and Dykstra ends up at third base with a 3-base hit. So the Mets have a runner at third. Wally Backman, the batter. Wally hits it down to third. Horner knocks it down, picks it up, gets the out at first base, and Dykstra scores, and the Mets are leading by a score of 1-0. In the top of the 6th inning, and the batter right here is Hubbard. He singles up the middle, and coming in home is Ken Griffey. Doesn't quite get there as Carter blocks off home plate, and the potential time run is kept from scoring, and the Mets are still leading by a score of 1-0 with Lenny Dykstra coming up again. And Dykstra in the bottom of the 6th inning with a home run, and that home run is 4th of the year, and he now has hit in 6 straight ball games and had 16 hits in his last 24 at-bats. In the top of the 9th inning with the Mets leading by a score of 2-0, Ron Darling looking for his first shutout of the season. And this is the final out of the ball game. Marino tries to bunt his way on. Darling fields the ball, throws to Hernandez, and the Mets win the ball game by a score of 2-0. And the Mets coming up with a good victory here as they come back after losing 3 straight to win 4 in a row.
With the team. Well, the baseball all-star break is upon us, and one half of the Subway Series looks like a pretty good bet. The Mets hold a 13-game lead in the National League East. That's the biggest lead that any Major League team has held at the All-Star break since divisional play was introduced in 1969. Meanwhile, over in the American League East, the Yankees...
Things have slowed down quite a bit since I talked to you last hour. That was in the midst of the end of batting practice for the American League. Some 20,000 fans came here to see the workout today. That was one of many things that went on. It's been a full day of activities, I suppose you could call them. Media, press conferences, home run derbies, and then tonight with the annual black tie affair, the Commissioner's Bash for Baseball. Really, this is 2 days of entertainment, kind of to pay tribute to baseball past and present. And for the players, it's a perk for having a great year. Even though tomorrow night's game is the focal point, the annual All-Star experience far transcends just 9 innings of baseball. This is a combination old home week, where the enemy now becomes teammate and honored friend, and it's also a media circus. What else is new? But mostly, it's a salute to the prideful stars.
It's always special. You know, you come here and you got a nice crowd like this to watch you take batting practice, and the game's always exciting. And the fact that it's my first start, I'm real excited about it. I'm looking forward to it.
It's an honor to be here, not only representing the team. Now I get to be with the Mets, and the first time because last year I was injured, but also representing the National League. And, you know, we've had a pretty good tradition going here of winning these ball games.
10 straight All-Star games. Does that fill you with any feelings of pride?
Yeah, I feel good about it. I've worked hard a long time in baseball, and I'm doing my thing, and just glad to be here. It's always fun for me. The names change, but the game is still exciting.
There is a distinct New York Mets feel to this All-Star game. First off, the honorary National League team captain is ex-Met Rusty Staub, the original Houston Colt 45 star, and the starting National League team is weighted heavily with 4 Mets.
We could have had more players, but then there should have been more players from other teams. There's no one, not everybody's going to be happy, but it's certainly indicative of the way we've played, and the players that are here deserve to be here, and it's unfortunate. I think they should expand the roster to maybe 30 players or more, so the players that get the shaft don't get the shaft. They belong here. Give them a pinch hit. You never know.
This is supposed to be very difficult. Well, there are 5 Mets altogether here. We didn't mention Sid Fernandez, who is going to be on the bench, or in the bullpen, I should say, hoping to get a chance after Dwight Gooden starts the game. There are 4 Yankees. Henderson and Winfield will start. Righetti in the bullpen, and Don Mattingly is on the bench. Mattingly voted in a something new and somewhat contrived, a relay contest. Outfielder to relay man to catcher, and this would end in a dead heat. The Nationals take the first 3, but with Darryl Strawberry as the National League trigger man, they lose the last 3 to the Americans. However, the straw man came back to steal the show in the home run derby, belting 4, the National League's total of 8, including 1 off the roof, as they win by just 1, 8-7.
I felt really good about it. I just felt that I just go out there and swing and try to get some balls up in the air, and hopefully it can tune me up for the second half of my season hitting the long ball.
We go live to our live picture at the Houston Astrodome. And that's what's happening now. Gary Carter watching batting practice like everyone else. Astrodome, of course, tonight will be a complete sellout as, of course, the game draws national attention. And we've got to tell you that a lot of things happened earlier in the day. So let's show you a piece of videotape. A few minutes ago, Davey Johnson, the Mets manager, is now in the role of coach. So he gets to participate in the infield practice. That's a new experience for him. And look who is in authentic Houston Colts 45 uniform. That's Rusty Staub. Colts, the team he used to play for.
As I've said many times, I wish they had this material back in the old days and it wasn't wool, because we used to play in that hot ballpark over there, the old original Colt 45 Stadium. But it's everybody has really got a charge out of it.
And Dwight Gooden getting ready to hit. What are the American League hitters thinking about him? What do they expect tonight?
Nothing, strikes. 95-mile-an-hour strikes, so I'm looking forward to that.
All right, Kirby Puckett. And now we have live Keith Hernandez and Don Mattingly. You hear us okay, guys?
We hear you fine.
Good. How you doing?
Very good. Very excited. Ready to go.
All right, ask Don Mattingly what he thinks about facing your teammate, Dwight Gooden.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to get much of a chance to face him as I pinch hit in the first 3 innings, so I wouldn't mind the shot, though.
Have you faced him before? Did you face him in the spring?
I seen him in spring a couple of seasons ago when he was first coming up, and you knew right away that he was going to be a good pitcher.
All right, Keith, what advice would you have for anybody to face Dwight Gooden?
Well, you know, like any hard thrower, we're going to face a guy that throws 97 miles an hour, too. You know, you got hard thrower, just go up there and try to get ahead of a piece of cheese. That's all. Just take your cuts.
I have to ask you, Keith, you've played in the World Series. Do you get a little bit nervous just about now before game time?
Well, I'm not real nervous. There's more pressure on a playoff or a World Series type situation where you might be a little bit nervous. I'm just really excited. This is my first start ever and something I've always wanted to do, and I just can't wait to get going.
All right. Don Mattingly, who's the best first baseman in New York?
Oh, who knows?
Don Mattingly.
No, Keith or Nate. I don't know. Who knows?
All right. What's your feeling about nerves here in the All-Star game?
you know, to me, it's just an exciting place to be. You get a chance to come here and see all the good players from both leagues, and just getting a chance to participate is exciting for me.
All right, thanks, guys, and thanks for taking a few moments with us.
My pleasure.
All right, Keith Hernandez and Don Mattingly, and one of them is the best first baseman in New York.
ABC Sports presents the 1986 All-Star Game. From the Astrodome in Houston, Texas, for the 57th time, the American League takes on the National League. And the starting pitchers, Roger Clemens and Dwight Gooden. Clemens earlier this year set a major league mark with 20 strikeouts in one game against Seattle. He comes in with a mark of 15-2. And Dr. K of the New York Mets has won 10 to help lead his club to a commanding 13-game lead in the National League East. That was hot and sultry and mosquito-laden. But then the Astros moved in here to, at that time, what they called the eighth wonder of...
Hernandez. From the Philadelphia Phillies, number 28, pitch pick. He has won 8 consecutive Gold Glove awards from the New York Mets, number 17, Keith Hernandez. Batting fourth and catching. A 9-time All-Star and twice named the game's most valuable player. For the New York Mets, number 8, Gary Carter. Batting fifth and playing right field. The top vote getter in this year's All-Star balloting from the New York Mets, number 18, Darryl Strawberry. Batting sixth and playing third base. He's making Ozzie Smith. Batting ninth and pitching. He's warming up in the bullpen. Last year's National League Cy Young winner from the New York Mets, number 16, Dwight Gooden. A career .279 hitter, he collected 2,716 career hits, including 100 as a pinch hitter, a 6-time All-Star. He delivered the game-winning hit in the 1967 game, number 10 in his Colt 45 uniform, Rusty Staub.
Tonight. Defensively for the National League, Keith Hernandez gets the start at first base. It's the first time he has started an All-Star game. And right fielder is Darryl Strawberry, who put on an unbelievable show in batting practice yesterday, hitting one off a speaker. Gary Carter of the New York Mets is back of the plate, and it would figure with Dwight Gooden on the mound that there would be and should be 4 New York Mets in the lineup, and a total of 5 overall. Sid Fernandez being the other, because the Mets have been the dominant team through the first half of the Minnesota Twins. And the All-Star game is underway with a bouncer toward the middle for a base hit. So Puckett starts things with a single to center. And how quickly the ascendancy base makes the catch to retire the side. No runs, a leadoff single by Puckett after a half. The American League nothing, and the 83 at Comiskey Park. As Hernandez is a chopper, Wally Joyner, the rookie from the Angels, flips to Clemens, and the National League is gone in order. Larkin is number 1. As Whitaker hits it high in the air to deep right field, and Strawberry looks up. This one is gone. Lou Whitaker being serenaded with a chorus of Lou's, as is the case in Detroit, who has hit 3 home runs in his last 5 regular season games, makes it 2-0.
Gooden gets a curveball up in the strike zone. 0-2. You want to get it down, belt high. Second time he's seen that pitch, and he gets all of it. And you have to do that here.
Up just a little, and twice an All-Star.
He gets Clemens, but a little late. After the homer by Whitaker, the American League leads 2-0. Time, any All-Star team has had 3 men from the same team hit in those slots since 1960. As you can see it right there, of the Yankees. As Carter hits a fly ball to center field, and Kirby Puckett comes in to make it. Good fastball. Clemens has retired the
expectations. If he throws a changeup and gets hurt with it, people are saying he's not using his best pitch.
Half swing, and Henderson commits himself. And that's that for Ricky.
Here's the fastball tight to Henderson. And after 2 curveballs, that fastball looks like it was thrown about 200 miles an hour. That's why you get a check swing, and that's it.
1-0 the count on Strawberry, who rips it to right field, and Barfield has to play it on a hop. And so the National League finally gets a base runner.
Throw Darryl Strawberry a breaking ball, you speed up his bat a little bit. See the long arms, the extension, and then you see the top spin. Barfield's first step is really to his right, then in. Ball with a lot of top spin, falls right below.
Leads 3-0 in the All-Star game, and a new battery. It's Sid Fernandez, the winningest pitcher in the National League. 12-2, the Hawaiian-born left-hander comes out of the bullpen to work the 8th, and his new battery mate is Jody Davis. So there's the walk.
Here. So if you're going to walk him, he'll take it, and he does.
So he went 7 innings with 1 walk in the game. That was win 11 of the 16, and then the real domination began as Jacoby goes down on strikes. So they sent him up there to bunt. Took 1 shot at that, and then strikes out swinging. And as is the case oftentimes with Fernandez, you get a lot of walks and a lot of strikeouts. You got 2 walks and 1 K.
Well, the deceptive high fastball, and I think the one thing that when you talk to him.
1-2 pitch, the runners go. Rice strikes out. Davis's throw. Brown can't hang it out. It rolls away, but Puckett has to hold. So Jim Rice strikes out. First base open, and Ripken on deck. Side. It's 3-0 American. Back after this from your local station. Game would be tied.
He can be a strikeout pitcher.
And there's a little grounder to second, and White touches for 1 and throws to first for a double play. And so they play the infield halfway, and it works. With White throwing out Brown in the American League, and Dick Hauser comes to Houston and wins an All-Star game in a National League park for the first time in 24 years. Good ball game.
Surely was a check swing by Chris Brown, and he hit the ball too hard towards second. Dick Hauser gambling, and the double play worked. The easy double play for Frank White. Here it is one more time. Watch the check swing.
Well, the reason for this, Timmy, is that a slider looks like a fastball. Brown thinks it's a fastball. Halfway commits himself. One of the best second basemen in baseball.
The MVP is Roger Clemens, and there were several candidates tonight. The Chevrolet Most Valuable Player for the 1986 All-Star Game. The Boston right-hander who grew up here in Houston and pitched 3 perfect innings. Valenzuela was brilliant tonight. Lou Whitaker hit a 2-run homer. You can make a case for him. Frank White hit a home run in the 7th inning that turned out to be the game winner. Don Ossie comes out of the bullpen to induce the double play with a tying and one.
Tom, as the girl says in the movie, they're back. Yes, the big story, the 1986 All-Star break officially behind us, and it is full speed ahead for the second half of the season. As far as the hometown teams, the first-place Mets, of course, with the best record in the majors at 59-25, 13 games up on Montreal. Meanwhile, the second-place Yankees at 50-32
with a 2.24 ERA. And on the mound for the Astros, it's Nolan Ryan, 6-6 with an ERA of 4.2.
Carver, along with Rusty Staub, Ralph Kiner, and Steve Zabriskie, ready to start the second half of the season. The Mets have played 84 ball games. They presently have a remarkable 59-25 record, 13 games ahead of the Montreal Expos.
That ball went down like an elevator, and Garner right over the top, and boy, is he miffed.
This is as good a curveball as Bob Ojeda has thrown all year. That was a downer right there.
Only his second strikeout, but now Ojeda has also retired, now 8 in a row, and we'll go to the 7th inning with the Houston Astros still leading the Mets.
And the curveball ripped to right field. A base hit. 1 run will score. And the Mets are trying for 2. Here's a throw home. It's not in time. And the Mets take the lead 2-1. And Dykstra off the curveball moves on down to second on the throw. So the Mets take the lead 2-1 as Dykstra comes through once again.
Well, Hal Lanier electing to leave Ryan in the ball game, and he threw Dykstra a breaking ball. Then he went right down and got it, hit a rope into right field. And Howard Johnson coming all the way well ahead of the throw by Kevin Bass for the go-ahead run for New York. Johnson across the plate before the ball even gets there, and with Dykstra's great speed, he didn't hesitate. He went on down to second base with Mookie Wilson moving to third.
And it brings up Wally Backman and on the bench on the losing side now of this ball game. And a line drive to center field. 1 more run will score, maybe 2. The throw to the plate, not in time. The Mets lead by a score of 4-1, and moving on down to second on the throw home is Wally Backman. So Backman with a pinch hit. I shouldn't say pinch hit, with a hit from the right-hand side of the plate, and the Mets now lead by 3.
Well, 2 of the runs charged to Nolan Ryan, and no opportunity really for Davey Johnson to pinch hit with Tim Tuffle for Wally Backman, as he might have done, because Tuffle not with the club due to the birth of his and his wife's child. Tim is
out of this game. And this ball hit down the third base side, knocked down by Garner, but he has no play, and that might be an error, although it would have been a very tough out at first.
Well, we'll see.
And at 1-1, Strawberry rips at the right center field. 2 more runs to score, maybe 3, and the Mets will lead by a score of 6-1. And now a play at the plate as Carter tries to score. He does, and now Strawberry hung up at second. He goes back into second, and he's in there safely. So the Mets get 3 more as Strawberry doubles in. Runners at first, second, and third.
Gary Carter scoring all the way from first base on this shot. I mean, a rocket into the gap in right center field. Hernandez able to trot home from second, and here comes Carter, the throw way up the line, or there might have been a play at the plate. And Strawberry, with nobody covering at second, taking the chance. Thon came back from his cutoff position to try to get Darrell. Manager Hal Lanier right there. Let's take a look at his reaction as Strawberry doubles to drive in all 3 base runners. And as you mentioned, Ralph, earlier, Lanier has been very stoic throughout this game. You talk about body language showing resignation. This is what you call non-reaction. Yeah, Carter's going to score 2.
So in the inning, 6 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 6.5 innings, the Mets 6 and Houston 1. And now the pitch is lined to right as the runner goes on the pitch. Knight on his way to third, goes there with no play. And Howard Johnson singles to right field. The Mets have runners at first and third. And the batter coming up will be Mookie Wilson. Field in on AstroTurf. And this ball looped to left field. It'll be caught by Jose Cruz, who had trouble with the lights. Tagged up at third base is Ray Knight, and he comes in to score, and the Mets lead it by a score of 8-1 on a sacrifice fly by Len Dykstra. He'll go to 11-2 if the Mets win. Runners go. The ball looped to left field. It'll be a base hit. Coming in from second base is Howard Johnson to score. The Mets now lead by a score of 9-1 as Wally Backman comes up with his second hit of the ball game. The third baseman coming in to score is Mookie Wilson. And the Mets now lead by a score of 10-1. Backman crosses over to
be a big problem for him.
And this ball hit down to third. Knight will have to hurry. He gets it there just in time for the forced play at second to end the inning. So in the inning, 1 run without a base hit. 3 walks and a batter hit by a pitch ball. And 3 men left on base, and the score at second base with no one out as Reynolds makes his debut as a pitcher, and he misses low for ball 1. There have been some very unlikely pitchers that have hit. Beat Walter Johnson once in his first major league start by a score of 2-1, and a ground ball up the middle, a base hit. And coming in to score is Roger McDowell. So the Mets now leading 11-2. 2-2 the count, and now strike 3, and Greg Reynolds strikes out Howard Johnson.
Well, what is left of this crowd of 20,000 loves it. And they've cheered every strike. And Reynolds with the ball.
And the Mets working on another 3-hour ball game. A base hit up the middle, and 2 runs will score. Knight scores from third base. Mookie comes in from second. And the Mets now leading by a score of 13-2. Backman now with his 3rd hit in his last 3 at-bats.
And Wally with 5 RBIs on the night.
Ground ball chopped out to third. Ray Knight over to first base. The throw in the dirt and picked up by Kevin Mitchell at first, and that'll do it. So the Mets win the first game after the All-Star break by a score of 13-2. Ojeda the winning pitcher, and Bob now with a record of 11-2. The losing pitcher in the ball game, Nolan Ryan, his record stands at 6-7. We'll be back with a wrap-up in just a moment. Right now, here's a word from Busch Beer.
A climb to make. It's 4-0 Houston.
Bucco 2 hit them this year.
Well hit down the right field line, and this ball is out of here. Hit the screen. So much for the shutout. 4-1 Houston.
Well, the hottest batter in the Mets, Len Dykstra, takes the shutout out of the hands of Mike Scott. Pitched 2 previous shutouts this year, and Dykstra puts the Mets in the scoreboard with a home run. And for Len Dykstra, his 5th home run of the year. Last year he had only 1, and it came in his first Major League ball game. And this high fastball drilled against the screen in the right field corner, hitting the screen in fair territory for the home run. Has been hit extremely hard.
Little jam shot to center, and it drops. So Hernandez has his first hit of the night. That's 4 given up by Scott, and the batter Gary Carter. Well hit left center, and it's going to find some room. Hatcher makes the play. Here comes Hernandez. Hatcher throwing over the cutoff man's head. Hernandez scores RBI number 67 for Carter, and here comes Darryl Strawberry. Interesting.
Right here, Carter jumps on a high fastball and drills it into left center field. Carter started 1 RBI back of Mike Schmidt in second place in the RBI race. But Schmidt with a home run today had at least 1 RBI, so Carter still trails as Hernandez scores on Carter's 2-base hit. Now we're going to have a pitching change as Mike Scott is knocked out of the box.
After the ball game, or after this half inning. Well hit right field, way back. This ball is out of here. Home run Darryl Strawberry, and this ball game is tied.
Too long ago when the Mets were home, they were trailing by 2 runs in the 10th inning when Strawberry hit a 2-run home run to tie the ball game, and then Ray Knight hit a home run to win it for the Mets in a comeback against Houston. And now here the Mets have come back to a tie in the 9th.
Here's Danny Heap, and the fourth
run to tie it. First pitch fastball, and Darryl hits it sky high. No doubt about it. The right fielder Kevin Bass watches it go deep in the stands and right, and Strawberry has tied it at 4 with his 14th home run. The 5th.
Well hit right field. This ball is out of here. Home run Greg Reynolds, and that, sports fans, is the first home run given up by Roger McDowell this year. Talk about a strange and zany finish to this ball game. Home run number for Ray.
Longest game of the season, Tony. It took the Mets 15 innings and over 5 hours, actually 5.5, to bite the artificial turf in Houston. The Astros won 9-8 after the Mets had come from behind 3 times to force extra innings. This is the 8th inning. The Astros lead 4-2 when Kevin Mitchell homers off Aurelio Lopez. That brought the Mets back to 4-3. Keith Hernandez up next. Duplication. He hits a home run off Lopez. This one ties it at 4-all. Houston went up 8-5 in the bottom of the 8th. The Mets closed to 8-7. And then when Ed Hearn singles home Gary Carter, that ties the game at 8-all. Carter, by the way, caught all 15 innings tonight. Astros manager Hal Lanier gets the thumb. It's Frank DiPino, who was traded after the game, actually traded during the game, to the Cubs for Davey Lopes. The pitch hits Hernandez. Lanier argues with umpire Greg Bonham. He is gone. 15th, 8-all, 1 out, bases loaded. Kevin Bass, 1 hopper to Hernandez, who is playing deep. He goes home too late. Bill Doran scores for 9-8 win. Bob Nepper with his 2nd win in the series. Roger McDowell loses his 2nd in the series. Atlanta at Montreal this afternoon, postponed on account of rain. And other
were arrested on various charges stemming from a scuffle in a Houston bar. Then today, the Mets lost their 3rd straight game to the Astros. This was a marathon. It lasted 15 innings. It ended on a controversial play at the plate. The Astros ended up winning it 9-8. You talk about a tough weekend. Everything was going wrong for the Mets on this day. They even had a fire in their dugout trying to get it out. Let's pick up the action. Top of the 3rd. The game tied at 1. This is Darryl Strawberry with a shot the opposite way, down the line and left. Gary Carter on the base path. Jose Cruz chases a ball, and it avoids him rolling away. Here comes Gary Carter trying to head for home, and he will. Darryl Strawberry would end up on 3rd base with a triple. The Mets led 2-1. Then the Astros came back to take the lead in the 6th. With a man aboard, Alan Ashby rips one down the line and left. Here comes Jose Cruz around the horn. Kevin Mitchell with the relay to Gary Carter. Cruz with the slide, and he is safe. These two teams battled to an 8-8 tie after 9 innings. It stayed that way until the 15th. There, with 1 out and the bases loaded, Kevin Bass will hit a ground ball to Keith Hernandez. Now watch this. He has to go home for the force. The throw gets to the plate just as Bill Doran steps on it. Umpire Greg Bonin calls him safe, and with that, the Astros win it 9-8 over the Mets. They hand New York its 3rd straight loss, drawing the ire of Gary Carter, Keith Hernandez, and Davey Johnson and the rest. Their arguments fell on deaf ears, as is usually the case when you deal with the men in blue. 9-8. The Astros win it. The Astros also made
for determining whether the case of 4 New York Mets should go to a grand jury. Pitcher Ron Darling, along with 2nd baseman Tim Tuffle, are charged with assaulting a police officer in Houston. Bobby Ojeda and Rick Aguilera are accused of hindering arrest. Their lawyer blames police.
I'm disappointed that this is the way Houston police officers treat visiting athletes. We've got a whole slew of maybe 1,000 Olympic athletes coming in next week, and if we're going to give them the kind of reception that these fellas did when they wanted to do a little relaxation, we're in bad shape.
The charges stem from an altercation outside a Houston singles bar. The team told News 9 this morning it has no comment on what happened.
9-8 defeat in 15 innings. With the Mets down 4-3 in the 8th inning, Keith Hernandez hits a home run.
Well hit,
a solo shot to tie the score at 4-4, but it didn't last long. Houston led 8-5 going into the 9th inning, but the Mets come back again, and Hearn singles up the middle, scoring Gary Carter to make it 8-8. And then come the dramatics and extra innings. We're in the 15th inning. Bases loaded, 1 out. Houston has Kevin Bass up at bat. He grounds the ball to Keith Hernandez. He throws home to Gary Carter to force the runner. The umpire, Greg Bonin, calls Bill Doran safe, and the Mets go berserk with that call. Let's take a look at the play in slow motion. No matter what you and I think, of course, the only one who counts is the umpire, and his decision is the final one, so the Mets lose that game 9-8. Tonight, the Mets open a 3-game series against Cincinnati.
2-1 is hit by Bell, and into left field for a base hit. Hernandez scores to tie the game, and Strawberry scores to make it 2-1. So Gary Carter sounded a little funny coming off the bat. I'm not sure if he broke his bat or hit it off the end of the bat or what, but it's 2-1 Mets.
It sounded like he broke his bat. A 2-1 pitch. It hit it off the end of the bat. A hitter will break a bat more like that than he will by getting jammed. And
Hernandez scores easily, Strawberry scores easily, and Gary Carter now leads the National League in RBIs with 70.
So it had a funky sort of... There goes Backman as Hernandez hits one into center field for a base hit. Backman is on his way to third, and the Mets, who lead 2-1, have runners at first and third and nobody out. And now Rose has to think about getting Soto before the bottom of the 5th inning.
This year.
And he hits a high fly ball to deep left field. Daniels goes back and drops the ball on the warning track. As Backman scores, Hernandez had to hold, so he stops at second as Strawberry was running up Keith's back. So Daniels kept on going as Strawberry hit it a lot further than it initially looked. He appeared to have it gauged, and then it deflects off his glove for an error.
And this is not good base running by Keith Hernandez. The run is going to score whether Daniels catches the ball or not. When you're on first base, whenever you're in doubt, you got to go to second base. Sometimes you can go past second base and go to third easily after Daniels misses a ball like this. I'll tell you what almost...
That's a ground ball base hit between Rose and Oster as Knight scores, and Santana stops at third, and it is 4-1. And when you let the 7 and 8 hitters lead off an inning,
looked as though he were driving him into the ground. This is a very, very big man who likes to animate. Styling little. Sensitivity to that type of thing nowadays than there was 20 years ago.
Absolutely. Utera goes down on strikes. Also a lot more publicity, too.
Sure.
People can't get enough of it. Mini cams all over the joint, microphones and notepads.
Strikeout number 7 is the high for the year for Ricky.
He hits a high fly ball to right center field, so there'll be no heroics for Tony tonight as Strawberry makes the catch, and the Mets take the first game of the series. So Aguilera has his best outing of the year. Orozco gets the save, and the Mets snap a 3-game losing streak as they beat Cincinnati 4-2.
Handle the bat. That's why you take a chance like that.
Dykstra with a shot into right center field, and it scoots on the rug through for extra bases. Ojeda rounding third. He's going to be sent home. Dykstra going to third. Ojeda comes in ahead of the throw, and Dykstra's safe at third with an RBI triple. 2-1 Cincinnati.
I'll tell you what, we haven't had a chance, and you don't have a chance to see a pitcher run that often. But Bobby Ojeda was really picking up paper going around those bases. I mean, he was scooting. This ball a bullet. Triple number 6 for Dykstra. Of course, you know Len Dykstra run all day on a ball like this, but look at Bobby Ojeda. Looks like he lost his left shoulder pad.
That's what he gets for wearing the jacket when it's 85 degrees.
Thank you very much. Great shot. Dykstra diving into...
Now you could stand in against the guy.
3-2. Roger McDowell because of the ejections. Top of the 14th, power comes in, and Howard Johnson says, "I'll show you power." Boom, there it goes. 3-run homer, 6-3 Mets. Tonight, Darling goes against last year's Rookie of the Year 20-game winner Tom Browning. The Astros lead.
Lance Parker didn't use 2 hands, little leaguers. 2 runs scored on the play. Game tied in the 9th inning. 3-3. Brooklyn's John Franco threw a mini fit over Parker's play on the mound. Then the fireworks in the 10th inning. Eric Davis, stolen base, words with Ray Knight, bit of shoving, and Knight nails him with a right hand. The bench is empty. 5 ejections overall. Everyone piled into the act. Then Kevin Mitchell and Mario Soto go at it. On Live at 5, I asked Ray Knight about these Mets who fight in bars and on the field.
Today they were starting to talk about us being the new gas house gang because we began to fight and play baseball the way they did then, and everybody didn't like the gas house game because they played so hard all the time. But the whole fact is we're 13.5 games ahead of everybody else, so people are going to be gunning for us, and everything that we do is going to be magnified. But we just try to stay within ourselves and continue to play good, hard baseball, and I think that these things are going to prevail. But I certainly hope that I don't throw any more punches this year.
And then finally, in the 4th inning, the knockout punch from Howard Johnson, 3-run homer, 6-3 Mets. So the Mets fight police, they fight Reds, and they keep on winning. And 2 Mets pitchers in the game at the same time last night, Orozco and McDowell, alternating between the outfield. Roger McDowell is standing by live now in Cincinnati. And Roger, was that the craziest game you ever played in?
It was a lot of fun. It was, you know, something that had everything, and Jesse and I were switching back and forth. And if you remember last year, Clint Hurdle and Rusty Staub were switching from left to right field. And the first time I passed Mookie Wilson, I said, "Hi, Rusty." And he turned around and smiled at me. And, you know, he doesn't have red hair and he's not too big, so he got quite a kick out of it.
All right, we have a little piece of tape we can show of you and Jesse switching back and forth on the field. Were you disappointed that you never got to make a catch out in the outfield? Orozco made one.
Well, you know, I said to Jesse that hopefully I was going to get him a fly ball. I was out in left field, and Eddie Milner hit a fly ball to me. I had it all the way. Could have caught it in my back pocket, and Lenny stepped in front of me and picked it up. I would have liked to have the put out, but I'd rather take the win.
Okay, Roger, congratulations. You were the winning pitcher, and have another crazy game tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, Roger McDowell. We did switch back and forth in the outfield and on the mound. And after all that, Montreal lost. They're losing this afternoon. The Mets could lead by 14 games.
And in the 14th, Howard Johnson up. Mets with 2 on and off Ted Power. Johnson hits a game-winning 3-run homer, leading to the end of what Met manager Davey Johnson called the weirdest game he has ever been in. All happening, eerily enough, under the full moon. Well, last night in St. Louis, Vince Coleman, who's after the stolen base record, had stolen one with St. Louis up 8 in the 8th inning, so the Giants threw at him. The managers, Craig and Herzog, argue. Craig accuses Herzog's pitchers of throwing at his batters. Anyway, off they go. As baseball goes, just a little punchy last night. Giant running back.
Tuesday night fights, you could have seen it here on baseball. A bizarre baseball game in the Mets for Cincinnati last night. And what else can you say? An old-fashioned brawl, players playing out of position, and a dramatic ending. By the way, the Mets beat the Reds 6-3 in 14 innings. The fun begins in the top of the 9th inning. The Mets down 3-1. Keith Hernandez hits a fly ball that should have been the last out of the game. But Dave Parker drops it. 2-run score. The game is tied 3-all. Parker is embarrassed, but reliever John Franco is steamed. Let's go to the 10th inning. The Reds, Eric Davis steals third base, starts shoving with Ray Knight. And the next thing you know, Knight connects with a right punch. That's all the pot needed to boil over. Both benches emptied, and when it was all over, no less than 5 players had been ejected. The Mets, Ray Knight and Kevin Mitchell, Darryl Strawberry earlier in the game, and for the Reds, Eric Davis and Mario Soto, plus coach Billy DeMars. Now, what's a manager to do with a shortage of players? Gary Carter has to take over at third base and performs very well indeed, feeling everything hit his way. And what's this? We have pitcher Roger McDowell in right field. Now, Davey Johnson wants to change a little more after McDowell returns to pitch. McDowell gets his right field glove again. And Jesse Orozco, who was in right, gets another chance to pitch, which is really what he does best, to pitch to the Reds, Max Venable, a lefty hitter. Now, wait a minute. Now, McDowell is in left field, and Mookie Wilson is in right field. It was all part of the wacky world of juggling players when you're down so many. And believe it or not, with all the changes, the Mets still won the game. Howard Johnson hit a home run in the top of the 14th inning to give the Mets a 6-3 victory, a happy ending to an unbelievable game. Now, in case you haven't had enough, Mets and Reds go at it again tonight. Ron Darling pitches.
And after 3, it's 2-0 Cincinnati. And we'll be back after this word from Ivory.
So it's Ed Smith of NYU who's on the Heisman Trophy.
All right. Tim Tuffle with a base hit down the line, and Santana will score. Tuffle with a big turn is going to try to go for 2. And he's in there with an RBI double, and it's 2-1 Cincinnati. Tuffle's second hit of the game and his 21st RBI of the year.
And if you remember, Tim Tuffle was the guy who kept that 9th inning alive last night with the double. And then Dave Parker dropped the fly ball that Hernandez hit. This one rifled down the left field line. Daniels makes a nice play, retrieving it in a hurry, but Tim Tuffle with his 11th double of the year.
There he goes.
Fastball, Strong throw. Out at second base. Hands off the thighs. He might have made it. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. Let's take another look at it.
Well, he didn't have a real big lead, and it looked originally like he actually is in there ahead of the tag. Looked like his hands hit the bag before Santana made the tag. Eric Gregg making the call. It is a very close play, but Daniels is out of there.
Reds fail to score in the fifth. It's 2-1 Cincinnati after 5, and we'll be back after this word from Burger King.
Made a nice play there, getting out in front of that breaking ball in the dirt.
2-0 pitch, and Mitchell hits it to deep center field, way back. Going back is Milner. It is gone. Goodbye. The Mets take the lead, 3-2.
Strawberry was up there. We talked about the advantage of being ahead in the count and having an advantageous hitting situation. Kevin Mitchell, who had a base hit earlier off the left-handed starter Browning, now facing right-handed pitching and a fastball, I mean the sweet part of the plate. It was right down the middle, and Kevin sends it right down the middle in the other direction. That ball is in the mezzanine level. It did not come down. It landed up in the seats. Man, that had to be well over 450. Maybe about 480 feet by the time it hit the ground out there. That was a long way out there.
And Mitchell's 7th home run.
Struck him out, and what a big strikeout it is. Ron Darling picks up his 5th of the game, but none bigger, as he leaves the tying run at third base here in the 8th inning. So we'll go to the 9th with New York leading Cincinnati 3-2. After this for Budweiser. And they are 1 strike away. Grounded to Santana deep in the hole. And the ball game is over. Roger McDowell pitches a perfect 9th. And Ron Darling finally wins his 10th game of the year. For McDowell, his 9th save to go with his 8 victories. Darling is now 10-3, and all 4 Mets starters are in double figures in the win column. Tom Browning, who started the ball game, does not get the victory. He pitched the first 7 innings. And Ron Robinson, who allowed a 2-run home run to Kevin Mitchell in the 8th inning, loses for the first time this year. Robinson is now 7-1. And the Mets lead Montreal by 14.5 games, the biggest divisional lead since 1976, when the Phillies led by 15 games over the Pirates on August 26th of that year. Ron Oster sitting rather dejectedly in the Cincinnati dugout as the Reds have been swept here at home, and the Mets return the favor for the sweep the Reds pulled at Shea Stadium a couple of weeks ago. Ralph and I are going to be right back to wrap this one up for you. Tim is standing by with an interview, so stay with us. Once again, the final score, the Mets win it 3-2 over the Cincinnati Reds. And we'll be back after this for Budweiser.
With your rib cage or something, that hitters are inclined to swing the bat better because they don't try to overswing. Do you think that was your case tonight?
Yeah, when Brownie was basically, you know, pitching me away, you know, and I was kind of, you know, favoring that rib on my right side. So, you know, I looked for everything in, and he threw me away. But Robinson got a pitch, you know, over the plate, and got good head of the ball on it.
And of course, a 2-0 pitch, you are more inclined to really pick your pitch with 2-0. You love to hit ahead as any hitter.
Yeah, well, Ray Knight told me he's going to pitch me away with everything because that's how he's pitched the hitters. But I faced him the last couple of times in New York, and he had me 3-2 twice and struck me out with 3-2 sliders in. And he stayed away with that time, like Ray said, so I looked away with everything, and I kept my shoulder in and got a pitch over the plate and drove it to center field.
You'll probably get a lot of pitches over the plate, Kev, with more playing time in left field now.
Well, I don't know about that. You know, I don't have no comment on that. You know, it just feels good to play, you know, once in a while. You know, I like my role on the team, and you know, I just thank God that Davey's playing me as much as I'm playing. So, you know, I just want to continue the good work and make everybody happy.
Any thoughts about the Rookie of the Year? You know, you're one of the leading candidates right now.
Well, no, you know, my mind ain't made, you know, I don't think about that too much. I just want to, go out here and help the team win, help win a pennant, and that's basically it.
At the rate Kevin Mitchell is going, he and the Mets are going to win the pennant. 14.5 games in front of the Montreal Expos. Kev, thanks a million.
All right.
Now let's go back to the booth to Ralph and Steve.
Okay, that home run number 7 by Kevin Mitchell to put the Mets up by a score of 3-2, a 2-run home run. We'll be back with more of the wrap-up right after this word from Nissan.
Barry is on deck. He does not fare well against left-handers ordinarily. There's a drive, deep right field. You knew you weren't going to keep Hernandez quiet all night long. Into the blue seats, and it's 7-5. There was no doubt about that. He murdered it. The Mets come storming back. They're within 2. There comes Bob Skinner.
And here's the pitch from Ed Olwine. It was a 3-1 pitch. He threw a fastball up, and boy, did Hernandez ever get that. Uppercut swing. Hernandez, when he wants to, can hit for power, and he just wanted to. He had the right pitch.
And the first pitch hit down to Keith Hernandez. They'll try for 2, and they'll get it. Hernandez to Santana to Hernandez.
Carly Simon sang it best. Nobody does it better. Watch. 3-6-3. He makes it better than anybody in the history of the game, in my opinion. That's no second game of the doubleheader swing. Way back to left. That ball is out of here. Home run, Gary Carter. That's more like the first game of a doubleheader swing, huh? Mets lead 3-0.
Gary Carter picking up his 71st, 72nd, and 73rd RBIs. He's now 1 behind Mike Schmidt, who has 74. And this is Carter's 17th home run of the year. Carter now with his 5th home run this year against the Atlanta Braves. He loves this ballpark, and the Mets again take the lead. They've had the lead in all 3 of the games in this series.
They have led 2-0. Hill to climb again. Here it is again.
Well, after fouling off a fastball to the right side, he gets another fastball. This time it's a little more inside, and he hits it out of this year.
Well hit, center field. This one might make it way back. This ball is out of here. Darryl Strawberry with a tremendous home run off the top of the scoreboard. 4-0, New York. That ball so high. Couldn't believe it. That ball might have hit another speaker in Houston.
Well, the Mets on their 96th and 97th home runs take the lead by a score of 4-0. For Darryl Strawberry, his 15th home run of the year, his 54th run batted in. And now the batter will be Kevin Mitchell.
That's the 3rd time that the Mets have hit back-to-back home runs this year.
And again, the fastball up, and Darryl skies it out of here.
Oh, he hit that high.
Most people would foul it off.
That's why he really can't pull the ball either. This one hit deep to left center. Deep to left center. Out of here. The 3rd home run in a row for the Mets. And they lead 5-0. That's a good point, because Kevin Mitchell hit that ball exactly like Darryl Strawberry did in exactly the same spot. 5-0.
Three consecutive home runs, and the Mets lead by a score of 5-0. First Carter with 2 men on, then Strawberry with a solo home run, and Kevin Mitchell with a solo home run. For Mitchell, his 8th home run of the year, his 25th RBI. And the Mets now with 98 home runs on the year. They lead the National League. And again, as you saw, Mitchell hitting that ball, even though it was back of him just a little bit, but with that bat speed, he gets that ball high.
Here's Howard Johnson with his leg. Howard Johnson trying to get out of that bind that he's in. They tied his shoelaces around the post. How they ever got him in that position, I'll never know.
Games, of which is a major league record.
Griffey hits it high in the air to center field, but Dykstra is settled under it already, and it should be the ball game. And it is. Rick Aguilera with his first complete game of the year, and in his last 6 starts, Aguilera is 4-0 with 2 no decisions. So he has won his last 4 decisions without a defeat. His record now is 4-3 on the year. And the Mets, after dropping the doubleheader, come back to take this ball game with Rick Mahler giving up all 5 runs, all earned to New York as the Atlanta starter. The loser, his record is now 10-10 on the year, and he still has not beaten the Mets since May 25th of 1982. So the Mets end their road trip on an upbeat note with Aguilera's first and only 3rd career complete game. Ralph and I'll be right back to wrap it up. Tim will have an interview for you, so stay with us. The Mets win it over the Atlanta Braves 5-1, and we're back to Atlanta Fulton County Stadium after this for Busch Beer.
The game, and of course the Mets went out and won that ball game yesterday.
Mets' first doubleheader loss. And a ground ball hit by Durham, who slides on the grass and goes down. Backman to third. Hernandez to second, and he is safe.
Well, Keith Hernandez used his own visual information right there. Watch him. He does not hesitate at first base. He gets the ball by Durham at first. Durham obviously playing in. Backman going to third, but Hernandez, when he was hitting first, didn't hesitate, and he picked up a double. He just stretched the single.
Curveball, no intent there with a 2-strike count. That loads up the bases, and Sanderson now in trouble. 3-2 the count. The runners go, and it's ball 4, and the Mets have a run. Backman scoring from all the showers off, and nobody could turn them on. He did it barehanded. They had to get a monkey wrench to turn the showers on. There's a drive to right. It'll be extra bases. 1 run scores Hernandez. 2 run score Carter. Here comes Mitchell. The throw not in time, and the Mets lead 4-0 as Johnson ends up at third base.
We've seen Howard Johnson hit a lot of fastballs, a 2-2 fastball out over the plate, and Johnson scalds the ball to right field. Hernandez scored, Carter scored, Mitchell sliding in ahead of the tag, and Howard Johnson breaking the game open here in the first, and the Mets have a 4-0 lead, and Howard Johnson runs well. Here's another angle. He hits the ball. Now let's watch him run. He knows he has RBIs. He said, I want a triple. He tags first. He tags second. He's watching everybody score. He sees the ball go position. Look at this. This young lady is causing quite a stir. They're giving her a hand. How about that? Only in the Big Apple.
Well, very truthfully, I don't think Lenny's wife's appreciating that. He slows down.
A long drive, and that ball is gone. Home run by Kevin Mitchell.
Kevin Mitchell and a dejected Gene Michaels. Very happy Kevin Mitchell, hitting his 9th home run of the season. Crowd cheering for him to come out and give a little foul. We're going to get a look at the home run by Kevin Mitchell. It's an off-speed pitch. Kind of down and away. Kevin just goes out and gets it. Muscles it.
Great to be strong, eh?
He is strong.
Oh, he really is.
You see Darryl Strawberry, who has struggled at different times during the course of this season against left-handed pitching. Certainly is not struggling on this particular pitch. This is one of those Ruthian wallops that Darryl is becoming so famous for. I mean, that's some hang time right there, Ralph. If a punter could get it that high, it'd be a delay of game. He just knows that one's long gone. He's just saying, stay foul, baby.
Anybody watching this young man in his first year? And the pitch back is grounded out to the second base side. Backman hurries to throw to first, and that'll do it. So in the inning, no runs, one hit, a double play, no one left on base, and the final score of the ball game, it's the Mets 9 and the Cubs 2. The winning pitcher in the game, Bob Ojeda, now 12-2 in the year. McDowell gets his 10th save. The losing pitcher is Sanderson, and his record now stands at 5-7. We'll be back with a recap in just a moment. Once again, the Mets win it by a score of 9-2.
This is a solo shot for Ron to make it 4-1. It was 5-1 on a Kevin Mitchell home run, and then Ron Say blasts one out, long gone. That makes it 5-2. But right now it's 9-2 in the 8th inning. Good thing this game wasn't on GN. We'll spare you.
They fought in a bar, and 4 of them landed in jail. But tonight, Mets fans said no one is perfect.
And we know that Mets didn't do anything wrong. If they were just celebrating in a bar, they have every right to. And the Houston cops, they should have left them alone.
Sometimes they get carried away and do bad stuff, but they can be really nice guys.
People are just picking on the Mets. They hate everybody out of New York, doesn't like New Yorkers. They don't like the New York teams, and especially when they're winning, and I think that precipitated the whole thing.
I wish I was there so it could have helped the guys. That's all I could say.
Yeah, sure. Now Marv has the highlights from tonight's game.
And guess what? They're winning, right?
They did win. Yes, a triumphant return back to Shea for the first of 4 against the Cubs. The Mets marking the return, beating the Cubs by the score of 9-2. First of all, this is directed to Len Dykstra of the Mets. Very emotional, but I wonder if Lenny's wife, Terry, has different thoughts on this particular subject. In the first inning, Howard Johnson, bases loaded, rips one to the corner. Right field, 3-run double. Hernandez, Carter, and Mitchell score. Mets lead it 4-0. 6th inning, the rookie Kevin Mitchell whacks it, his 9th home run of the season. Mitchell went 3 for 3. Mets lead 5-1. On to the 8th. This is Darryl Strawberry with a man on, and he puts it high and far. A towering home run, his 16th of the season. Mets lead 7-2. They win it 9-2. Roger McDowell saved it from Bob Ojeda. McDowell picking up his 10th save. Ojeda now 12-2. ERA 2.28. That is the best in the major leagues. And before the game, Ray Knight was informed that he's been hit with a $1,000 fine. Eric Davis of the Reds fined $500 for that one-rounder, leading to the bench-clearing brawl last week in Cincinnati. Mets now 16.5 in front of the Expos. Montreal losing tonight to Pittsburgh 7-4.
Was made today by Mets general manager.
Well, we announced today this morning that Maz is coming back with the New York Mets. He has agreed to go to Tidewater. He's going to go down there and work for 2-3 weeks, trying to get his timing back on a hit from the left and the right side, take a lot of ground balls, and we think, I personally am delighted to have him back with the ball club.
You're anticipating then that he will be with the big club soon?
I don't, I didn't make any promises. I don't anticipate that he will be here. I don't anticipate that he won't be here. He'll certainly be up by September 1st, but whether or not he'll be up before then depends upon a lot of other things, like if somebody gets hurt, if we have a need, that kind of thing.
Mazzilli is not only a native New Yorker and a .262 lifetime hitter, But it has been his desire over his seasons in Pittsburgh particularly to return to the New York Mets. And as Maz put it in making the announcement of the contract himself, sometimes you have to take one step backward to take 2 steps forward, and he's hoping that that big step back to the major leagues will be forthcoming. And we'll
Dwight Gooden. Dwight with a record of 10-4, a 2.97 ERA, 107 strikeouts. Got him. Strikeout number 1 for Gooden. But the Expos on the board. 1 run on 1 hit. Nobody.
Both sides of the plate have been superb.
Swing and a miss, 5 in a row. Retired by Gooden. 5.
That's just an overpowering fastball that beats Tom Foley.
From sundown to, or from sunup to sundown. 6 in a row retired by Dwight Gooden. Major league record is 10, held by Tom Seaver. 2 out here in the 3rd.
Well, this is the 4th taking 3rd strike of a hitter of the Montreal Expos. And that's just another overpowering the ball to first base.
Yeah, better used with a left-handed pitcher out there.
Definitely.
Right? Up, got him, picked him off. The throw to second, safe. The throw home. Out. 2 former teammates. Credit Webster with a stolen base. And Tim Raines isn't caught stealing.
Timmy, I'll tell you what, on this play, we talked about it. Webster's just trying to get into a rundown. Keith makes the throw. He's safe. And I'll tell you, Timmy Raines could have maybe gone in there if he wanted to be aggressive and been safe. He might have given Gary Carter a good jostle. But he shied away on this. He was going to take the outside approach and try to dive around him. And Gary kind of drifted back to catch the ball, and he was stuck. He had to either try to run Carter over or be out.
So Carter nails Raines on a fine throw by Santana. It's 2-1 New York after 2.5.
Pretty well as Len Dykstra. And Dykstra is the MetLife Met of the Month. The Met Player of the Month for the month of July. Lenny in 24 games hit .357. He scored 14 runs, had 9 doubles, 2 triples, 3 homers, and 15 RBI. End of the last inning, we couldn't even see any rain at that time, nor feel it. And all of a sudden, the skies opened up, and a day was the MetLife Met of the Month that month. Then in June, Roger McDowell, who was still undefeated, going 7-0 before losing. And in July, Len Dykstra, who has a good shot at becoming the National League Player of the Month as well. And who will it be? Dawson running. And the pitch is a strike, and the throw in time. The Expos, who have stolen 127 bases on the year, are 0 for 2 tonight.
Dawson gets a decent jump here. He takes a look. Here's the throw. And he's out. And I'll tell you, that's a bad slide. That's that fall away slide that if he goes straight into the bag, he's going to be safe here, I think. You see his front foot is so far.
McDowell did it to perfection that time. And Hubie Brooks swings, misses, loses the bat, hurts himself, and hits Billy Williams, the home plate umpire, in the head with the bat. The only thing he didn't do is take Carter with him.
Oh, boy. Well, this is one reason that catchers wear a protective helmet. Hubie Brooks swings, misses, and may have re-injured that hand of his. Billy Williams, meanwhile, has a knot on his head. It doesn't appear to be cut. Steve Garland, the Mets trainer, checking Billy Williams out. Here we go once again. The sinker. Carter catches it. The bat comes back and conks Billy Williams right on the head. Hubie, meanwhile, not trying to be funny by any means, but it looks almost like a circus act in that slow motion.
A well-timed combination. 1 and 2 to Wallach. And he gets him, and the bat goes flying, and the game is over. McDowell strikes out 2 in the 9th inning to pick up save number 11 and give Dwight Gooden his 11th victory of the year. Dwight going the first 5, McDowell pitching the last 4. And the Mets have increased their league lead in the Eastern Division of the National League over the Montreal Expos to 16.5 games. Floyd Yeoman's, the loser, is 10-7 on the year.
Remember, we talked about that slider earlier to Andre Dawson. Well, Tim Wallach gets the same one. Off the plate away. McDowell retiring the last 10 men to face him. Finishing strong.
Hernandez with a little fist of victory, and the New York Mets continue to roll, and what could be a big psychological advantage in this most important series for Montreal is the Haydens leave. Jane Fonda and her husband Tom Hayden and son Troy, at least son Troy among the family members here, and staying till the bitter end. So the Mets win the first of the 3-game set 3-1 over Montreal. Tim and I'll be right back to wrap it up for you. Stay with us. We're back after this for your Ford dealers.
Introducing this
behind Schmidt, depending on